You wanna know what I really want to practice? So let me see some. When you jump off of it, you get less momentum, but with crouch jump, you get pretty decent momentum. Baby! Oh, baby kitty's here, everybody. Baby's back. Baby, you wanna lay down? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll make sure I get to that tomorrow, probably. I'll get to it tomorrow. Mm. It's crazy. I say I play off feel, but now I feel like there's a whole new level to it. Wish I could really explain. Baby, what are you doing? Come here. Oh, my baby. Baby missile wires. Oh, my cat's messing with a bunch of wires. You sec? Come here, baby. Come here. Not the whole life. Okay. Did I message you on Discord? Today? Maybe. Oh, I don't even know. How's it going? Honestly. Oh, baby! Baby, what's wrong? Oh, my cat is, like, really hyper right now. I gotta get the kitty cam working so y'all can see him again. And he keeps unplugging the other people. Okay. Alright, I'm here. There we go. Alright, got it again. No, yeah, that was definitely me. I messaged a bunch of people. It's kind of like a thing I've been doing lately because I feel like there's a lot of people that I haven't talked to in a million years. And honestly, I just feel like it's just a good time to connect with people right now. I'm taking like... I'm honestly just starting to take everything in my life a little bit more serious, including my interactions with people. Especially if, I just want to value things in my life a little bit more, honestly, everybody, because... I'm getting worried about my well-being lately. I don't understand. But, besides that, like, just in general, everybody, it's... I closed myself off for a while to kind of, like... make myself better for y'all. And in doing so, I definitely did accomplish some of those things. But I feel like, new problems are arising. And I feel like it's getting worse, everybody. Like, I don't know, yeah. I tried to do an early stream today, and I felt awful. I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever be able to do an early stream. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that might be my last, like, afternoon stream for, like, a long time. I just don't think my body can physically do it anymore. Like, something's, like, wrong. And I need to go back to the doctors, like, part 3. Like, honestly, I need to go back to the doctors part 3. Because, something's wrong, honestly, everybody. But I already went to the doctors and they told me nothing was wrong. But after what's been going on the last couple days, I truly believe something is wrong and I need to figure out what. Because, like, when I go to sleep now, it's hard to explain. I get this ridiculous headache. Like, right before I'm about to pass out, I get this ridiculous headache and it's extremely painful. Like, it's not even a headache. It's like a crickling head attack. Like, I don't even know. My whole head sounds like it's popping. Like, it's cracking. My skull's cracking or something. But by my ears. Maybe I'm just really stressed. I don't know, yo. I'm telling you, dude. Like, when I try it, it could be that, but I think it's something deeper than that. Could just be really stressed. Maybe I am just really stressed, but I don't know. I think it's something deeper than that. Just because when I'm really happy, there's things going on that's affecting me. It's happening when I'm happy. It's not just happening when I'm like upset or anything like that or tired. Like I can be like full of energy and then it'll happen, and then I'm suddenly really tired or it's like weird head pops. I want to call it a head pop. It feels like my head is exploding, like from the inside, or not even the inside, but like the sides of my head, like almost where like the bone structure of the skull is in the outer part. I don't even know how to explain it. It's clearly nothing with my bones, but it's the only way I can describe it. And it's been happening more and more. It happened today when I went to go to sleep. I couldn't. It happened the last 3 nights in a row. Bronchitis has to do with the lungs. I'm telling you, like, this is like some crazy, like, it feels like a rock. Okay, this is the best way to explain it. It feels like a rock is exploding through my skull from the inside out. That's what it feels like on both sides of my head at the same time. And I hear and feel a bunch of cracks and pops. That's what's making it scary. It's like there are these cracking and popping noises that happens when it happens. And I don't know, the one was really painful, yeah. It was scary. And I don't know, dude. I literally got a brain scan done like a couple weeks ago and they said there was nothing wrong. They said there was nothing wrong. But weeks later, I'm getting something that I've never experienced this before. Not like this. This is crazy. It's actually crazy. Yeah, just stress. Yeah, now, when I went to the doctors, it was for a bunch of stuff, and they deemed it what happened to me, which was kind of unrelated to this issue. On like no running. A reaction to like chemicals, like air freshener and like this poison, this roach killing poison spray thing. But I think it has nothing to do with that. What's happening right now, because I haven't sprayed that spray pretty much at all the last couple days. Honestly, when I spray it, I start bugging out now. Like, I don't know, the smell bothers me ever since it happened. So I, like, really try not to spray any of that stuff. A kidney stone for your head? Yeah, like, I couldn't even sleep right now. I just wanted to talk to y'all and make sure I'm alive. But no, seriously, like, I don't know, yo. Have you ever heard of anything like that? You're about to go to sleep, like, and at the moment of where you're losing consciousness, it almost feels like the dopamine in my head is exploding and making my whole head pop. That's what it feels like. That's the best way to explain it. I feel like it's at the moment where the dopamine goes and where you're about to fall asleep. That happens. And it's been happening more and more every time I go to sleep. The last, like, 3 nights in a row, and it just happened again tonight, so technically 4 nights in a row. And, You know, I always end up going to sleep and I wake up and I'm fine, but the process of going to sleep right now is really, really scary. Like, I'm having a lot of trouble going to sleep. And it's mostly due to this, like, weird pain thing that keeps happening right before I go to sleep, as it feels like I'm about to die. And, I don't know, the other night... Oh, no, dude. Even right now, like, my head feels a little funky. Like, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Like, I kind of, like... The thing that I'm talking about, I feel it lurking. And it's not okay. This is not a normal headache. This is not a normal... I've had normal headaches before. I know what those... I know what those feel like. This is like an evolved form. And it's kind of not okay, honestly, everybody. And the worst part is, I already got a brain scan. They told me I'm fine. Like, what do I do from here? What's the procedure? Follow up my primary and then figure out something? Like, what's that gonna do? You're gonna send me to somewhere that my insurance doesn't cover. I'm joking, but... I think I gotta call my primary again and go to that. I don't know yet. I really don't know. I feel like... I'm just really stressed, yo. Like... Not okay. There are few. America healthcare is different. Oh yeah. We got free insurance if you're poor like me. And it basically just covers essential stuff, but like specific stuff most of the time doesn't cover. This might get covered. I don't know. I have no control over my aim right now. That's not good. The fact that I'm missing all those, actually really... Can't tell if it's me or if I'm sick or both. Yeah, I don't feel 100, and I'd be lying to y'all if I said I feel great right now. I feel really... I don't feel shitty, I feel off. That's the best way to... Before, when I was streaming before, I felt shitty. I felt horrible. But I was trying to power through it, because, like, I said I would stream on a day, and what do you know, dude? I apparently still can't. I apparently still can't. And... I think things are about to be changing with me a bit more soon. I think I'm gonna take more healthy changes soon. Because I've made a couple changes recently. The headache described sounds like tension headaches. Is there like a Google for that? I'm Googling this. Now you're making me think about stuff. Give me a second, everybody. I'm here. I hope we're all having a good night. Yeah, a little bit different of a stream tonight. My bad. Like, it was supposed to be just a really nice stream. Like, we did Fortnite. Fortnite went pretty good, and then we did... Honestly, towards the end of Fortnite, honestly, once I started getting hungry, like, that was it. And then we took the break, we came back, and I feel like I was just exhausted. Oh, go do that. Enjoy that. Tell her that Marvel Rivals is coming, and it's gonna be more fun. I'm kidding, but I'm serious. I hope you have a good one. I appreciate you. I hope you two have a good one. And thanks for the bit. Ain't just cake. Wait. Did we ban it? Why we ban that person? Did they say something? I'm really confused. What's going on over there? Oh, did you accidentally ban that person? Well, what does that mean? We thought you were a bot, apparently. Sorry, we being attacked with bots. It did give us a bot warning thing for you. I don't know why. Yeah, they had the warning thing. It's fine. Probably just, you're fine, poet. Sorry about that. You might have to refollow or whatever. Make sure. You should be good. Don't worry, we caught that. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, I had a feel because I seen your name before, so I was like, wait a second. Oh, we're good, everybody. I'm here. I'm googling this. He said, all right. Hold on. All right, everybody. I'm asking Google something real quick because I literally have to. We're here. I'm right now in training mode in Deadlock. Now let's see what Google cooks for me, everybody. So I need to look up something. Oh, wait. She has the feet? Oh, yeah, she has the feet. Look.
Time to move.
Feast. There you go. You can have your feet. Oh, feet person. I don't even notice stuff like that. It's terrible, right? Anyways, that shout. I've been asking y'all. Y'all gave me the tech. I don't know, yo. It's saying that it, I don't know what the words of any of this, but it's all saying it's non-blight threatening. And go see somebody. I feel like I'm gonna go see somebody and they're just gonna list all this stuff or whatever and say you're all good. Like, how do I figure out what's wrong, yo? And the worst part is like this is new. I've been dealing with a stomach issue and now I have this. I'm like kind of losing it, everybody. I'm not gonna lie. A sleep disorder where you hear a loud noise or explosion in your head when you're falling asleep or waking up. It's not dangerous, but I don't think it's that. It's not. It's not that. I don't hear a loud noise or explosion. I feel it. I don't hear it. I feel it. And this thing is like saying it just feels like a little buzzing. This is not it. What's this? No, it's not this because it starts around the top right of my head. It doesn't start at the base. So it's not this. It's not any of these. I'm telling you. Even the AI doesn't even know what's wrong with me. I'm unlocking hidden superpowers. You've seen this anime? I wish, yo. That would be freaking cool. What if I just woke up tomorrow and I was just a superhero, everybody? That'd be cool. I try to help save the world. Don't know how. Think we're kind of screwed, but I do my best. It's not this either, everybody. My bad, I'm a little sidetracked. I wanted to hop on and play, and I hop into training mode, and I just don't feel right. And that's not good. So I'm like a little sidetracked today, everybody. A little sidetracked. I'm back on. I'm here. I want to make sure I say hi to y'all, because, you know, God forbid it is something severe. I love y'all, and I want everybody to be happy. But it's probably not. I'm probably fine, everybody. I don't know. I don't know. I am very stressed about it. You're right. Like, I am so stressed. I've been stressed ever since I went to the hospital. I mean, I was stressed out leading into the hospital because the whole reason why I went to the hospital was a whole let's just say a big stressor in my life, like, honestly, yo, which should hopefully be fixed. I mean, it was a combination of stressors, actually, but you know, I've been really working the last couple, who knows how long. Trying to make things better. There's a couple factors I have no control over that I just have to pray changes, but it's never gonna, and it's weird because I feel like it sucks, everybody. Like, I'm so close to having everything I ever wanted, and there's just a couple things in my life that refuse to change that make me miserable. And it kind of sucks because, like, it takes the fun away from the little fun I have in the world, I feel like, if that makes any sense. It's already bad enough that factor's taken what's made a lot of things special in my life away. But now I feel like it's affecting the very things I love the most. And I don't think that's gonna change. I actually really, truly believe that's never gonna change. And the only way it does change is by making on Twitch and actually have an income. That's the only way it changes. It's sad, right? That's why I'm on. Is it ever gonna happen? I don't know, yo. All I'm gonna say is I tried to quit streaming and I got crapped on so hard that I had to go to the hospital and then got robbed. I don't want to go back out IRL. I literally don't want to go IRL. I'm supposed to be here. I'm safe here. I'm literally safe. If I go out in the real world, I'm gonna fucking die. Someone's just gonna not like me and shoot me. I've already been tasered for being trans. Like, what the fuck else? Fucking bunch of other shit. Sorry, a little off topic, but it's just like, man, it's actually really rough. I can't do a lot of things I used to love to do anymore. You know? And it all stems to being poor. If I wasn't poor, a lot of these problems, including the problems with me being trans, would go away because I would have the money to actually have the proper stuff. So I would be in a better position in life. Instead, I'm struggling, getting by with dollar store stuff and everything, with very little hope of it ever changing. In fact, I don't think it's ever gonna change unless I make it on Twitch. That's it. There's no gaming jobs out in the world for me. I applied for Microsoft and they denied me within a day. I tried to apply for Microsoft because I would like to work on Halo because I truly believe I could make that game better. I truly believe I could actually make people want to play Halo again. Not Halo Infinite, but my ideas would save Halo. Because I know exactly what that game needs. It needs to go back to the basics. It needs to go back to its core. And they tried to be Call of Duty and they swung and missed. They need to go back to fucking Halo. Yeah, me working for Halo and them would be great. I knew they would deny me. Apparently you need to have a degree to know how to work on a video game. But all these people with degrees don't fucking know anything about video games. I'm sorry, dude. Y'all are too busy looking at the business side of things to never understand the community side. Hello, I have a fucking master's in community. Unofficially. I'm joking, but you know what I mean? I understand the gaming social world to a point to where there should be a degree for it, and I should be getting hired because I know way more than any other fucking person. Like, I want to say like 99.9999 repetam bar percent of gamers in the world. I'm sorry, yo. Like, my perception just, I I might not be the super top pro of X, Y, and Z, but I understand what they do in every single game. But I also understand what the casuals want in every single game and everybody in between, because I pay a lot of attention, because I care what people think. Why do I care what people think? Because of a bad habit my entire life, because I just want to be a bridge, connect with people. What am I getting at with all this? I literally need to work for a game dev company somehow, but nobody will ever hire somebody that doesn't have a degree, that can barely type. Like, I already know why I'm not getting hired, because, like, I barely got B's in English, and I literally can't type a business letter if my life depended on it. Like, it still looks like a gamer wrote it. Like, I can't help it. I'm sorry, I'm literally a pro gamer. Like, what's up? I'm joking, but you know what I mean? Hey, geez, yo, it really pisses me off, dude. Like, what do you need? What do you mean I need to have, like, a business degree to work for a video game company? And this, that, and the third, yo. Especially for stuff that I feel like I wouldn't need any. Those degrees won't even help. Like, y'all need me. Like, I don't even know, yo. That's all I'd be thinking about. It's just like, I would be the best bug tester. I don't think there would be there'd be very few people that would be able to bug test better than me, you know what I mean? I'd be finding bugs every day. But I don't even know what my role would be in it's just like direction. I don't want to be community management. That stuff's lame. I would want to be the person managing community management or something. Like, I'm joking, but like, because my job really isn't to interact directly with the community. That's one thing I've realized. I think my job is to oversee, study, and analyze the community. So if you go crouch jump, you'll like insta get on it. I don't know what the point of that would be, because you can get shot out of it. Want to be a game director? I don't want to be any of that. I just want to be the person assisting all of them. Tell it, like, I want to be the person that's like, that's a good idea, that's a bad idea, this is why. This is what will happen. Like, I want to be the person that's just like, some type of analytics or something, you know, some type of safety measure. Freaking devs when they want to do really dumb stuff to their game and completely annihilate X and Y. Like, you know what I mean? A consultant? I guess. Is that what I would be? Yeah, I don't even know, yo. I need to be doing something. I know too much about these games and just be sitting on the side. You know, Marvel Rivals, I feel like recently I did a couple random little extracurricular things just because I felt it was necessary, because I see the tide swaying and I want to change that. I really want to change that, because, you know, there's still a wave coming, everybody. It's gonna be a wave. It's gonna be a nice wave. I would just like it to be a tidal wave. I would like it to be a tidal wave and a massive set, not just one really nice set that we get to ride, you know? Some surfer lingo for y'all. Do you get what I'm saying? I want a tidal wave and just a massive set. So I want it to look like Hawaii. I don't want this shit to look like frickin' the Gulf Bay. Oh, nah, my tracking is non-existent tonight, honestly, everybody. Actually non-existent. The fact that, like, I'm doing this little stutter on a standstill target bothers me a lot, everybody. Right. I don't know if I'm gonna play a reveal game, everybody. I think I'm kind of hitting buttons and talking to y'all for a bit. What do I have against the Gulf Coast? Nothing. They just have no waves. It. I got no waves, yo. You go to Florida, you gotta go surf on the Atlantic side. You go to the Gulf Bay, you better have a wind surfboard or something. You're screwed. But yeah, everybody. I don't know, everybody. I've had a really tough last couple weeks. Like, I think about the night that I blacked out literally every day. I mean, maybe that's what's stressing me out. You know, like face first, like falling to the floor, like falling apart, and losing your vision, and pretty much like it felt like I almost died. Like my vision went white to black like crazy. I couldn't see anything. I had to like strip down because I was sweating like gallons of water. Like I'm not exaggerating. Like there was a puddle around me. I sweat so much it was like a puddle, dude. A little small one, but no, seriously, like I was sweating like crazy, dude. I never sweat that much in my life. My shirt literally can wring the sweat out of it. It was really crazy. Friggin' had to cool myself down with my fridge and stuff. It was scary. I had a heat stroke before. It felt really close to a heat stroke, but it wasn't a heat stroke. Apparently, it was a reaction to that, an allergic reaction to poison, plus an air freshener, which I still don't believe. But I guess that's what happened. That's what they're telling me happened. I don't know. I literally, and the worst part was I felt kind of like how I feel right now. Where I felt a little off. I felt a little, like, uneasy. And then, I don't know, I was like, you know what? Let's go get some water. I need to get some water because I feel a little off. And then when I went to get up and go over to the sink to get some water, about halfway, like, pretty much as I hit, like, the entrance of my room, I instantly, like, lost my balance, and it felt like I went on, like, a 45-degree angle. Like, imagine, like, we turned the screen 45 degrees. Like, that's what it felt like right now. Like, my whole thing was tilted. Tilted this way, with up being that way, and down being this way. As I went to the sink, and I got to the sink, and then once I got to the sink, my vision just started going fucking black, dude, and white. Like, it was crazy. It was actually insane. And then I ran to the, living room, like, screaming for help, pretty much. And then I hit the floor, dude. Like, I barely remember. I just remember I hit the floor, yeah. Hit the floor. My whole vision went black. It went, because it was fading between white and black. Almost like, like those visualizers, but it looks like spray paint, and like the white pops up and the black pops up, and it's like spray painting on top of each other, like spray paint here, spray paint. It felt like that was happening to my fucking vision. And then it just went like crazy, almost all black. Like I could barely see like light. Like imagine like you put the darkness on like 99, you can only see like a little bit of light. Like that's what was going on with me. And like, I was just fighting to stay conscious. Al woke up. That was a thing. Almost went to the hospital that night, but I decided not to because it ended up not happening. Like, I was able to shove myself in my refrigerator and cool off and regain consciousness. And I don't do drugs and stuff, everybody. Like, hardcore drugs and this, that. Like, I just wanted to throw that out there. Like, I used to smoke a shit ton of, the 420. I don't even do that anymore, Well, yeah, I hit my, like, vape a little bit. I might be quitting vaping, honestly, soon, too. That's one of the things I said I was gonna start, I'm kind of considering just quitting vaping, too. Just, like, cutting anything that might not be healthy out. Just to attempt to be better. Even though the vape does help me, like you said, I need a vacation and stress and stuff. I can tell you all right now, the vape helps me massively with my anxiety and my stress. But I don't know, everybody. I'm not okay. I haven't been okay for a while. I haven't been okay since the end of Spellbreak Chapter 2. That's when my stomach issues started to affect me. But it was very minor. And then, you know, fast forward a year or so, it started getting worse. And fast forward to My Hero, which is about almost 2 years from that point, roughly. Yeah, I powered through it for the first month or so. I was powering through it for all those streams. I have no idea how I did those streams and how I was going 14 hours every day. I have zero clue how I was able to do that because I can't even game for like 8 hours now. It feels like it's like really hard for me too. I did that 11-hour stream yesterday or whatever, and I felt horrible all day today. Is this happening every night? Like I said, the head cracking, popping thing where it feels like my head's exploding by a rock from the inside outwards. That's been happening the last 2 days. That's the best way I can describe what's happening. I don't know how else to describe it. It just feels like something's like... It just feels like my head. Because I've had throbbing, pulsing, pumping headaches. I've had normal-ass headaches before. This shit is like on a whole nother level. Like, a whole nother level. Like, 2 levels higher. Like... It's fucking insane. It's scary. I'm thinking about it. I'm actually getting... Alright, let's stop thinking about it. Because that is stressing me out. Poppies. Yeah, I'm drinking some water. We got an ad break too, so I'm kind of... I really feel like, I
really hope they try to run.
Oh, come on, man. I don't know how to fix this. Oh, we're gonna leave sandbox. Like, that's how I fix that. Alright. Baby. My baby kitty's still depressed, everybody. He's got 2 more days of that cone, everybody. He has the cone on his head. It's been almost officially 2 weeks since he got fixed, everybody. I really appreciate y'all helping out with that fundraiser to get the cat. I'm not gonna lie, if y'all didn't help me with that, I would be 100% screwed right now. We would be dealing with a whole nother issue with my cat. 'Cause my cat was getting really, really bad. Like, he's getting kind of aggressive, and he was starting to take it to another level. And ever since he got fixed, he's calmed down a bunch, and I think he'll be good. Once he gets the cone off, it'll be good. So that's nice, you know, he still gets a little hyper, a little tension heavy, but right now he's sleeping on the top of the computer. And he's been a lot better. And he's actually sat and cuddled with me a couple times, which he hasn't cuddled with me in a very long time, basically since he was a baby. You know, once he got bigger, he felt he was too big to be, you know, cuddling. But now he's done it a couple times. He did it with me tonight for like 30 minutes or so. He laid with me, which was nice, cause
No one hides from me.
you know, I love him. I love my little cat. I would like to be able to do more with him again, because it felt like before, like it was kind of rough. Like I would have to kick him out of my room all the time, and I still might have to here and there, you know. Like I managed to not kick him out at all yet so far, I did have to have Al come over once, so to calm him down a bit, but... I see something. Do I have access to him? Yes, it's like I play all feel everybody and I don't feel 100 and it's like I can literally feel it when I'm trying to track this person. It's like I can't access like my execution barrier right now. I literally can't feel my aim. Like I'm aiming, but it's not off feel, it's off of thoughts. And I'm missing. And it's weird. Can't tell if it's in my head or if it's really me. What's going on with me? Yeah, I'm having trouble. Yeah, you got your kitties. There you go. We got kitties. And I used to have a lot of cats. I technically owned over 30 cats in my life, but most of them we gave away as kittens and stuff. I would help raise the kitten batch, and then we would give them more. We did that a couple times. Because we had, you know, grandma. There was grandma. We called her Bitchy Mama. That was her. That's what we called her. She did not like nobody. She did not like to be held. She clawed and attacked everything. I was Bitchy Mama. But no, seriously, because then Bitchy Mama had a lot of babies, so everybody, and so did Grandma, grandbaby. Grandma had a lot of cats, and Bitchy Mama had some, and yeah, two of the cats, the little twins that Bitchy Mama had. We kept them. They were cute. And one of them died, unfortunately. Got hit by a car. That was a really sad day. It was a really, really sad day. Especially because that cat was originally mine. See, here's an interesting story. Yeah, I had a lot of cats, and Grandma and and Bitchy Mama. That's literally what her name was. Like, what was her actual name? She had multiple names. That was the nickname. The owner of that cat had an actual name for her, but I don't even remember that name. I'm gonna be real, because it was something really corny. I actually really don't remember. But we called her Mobius, if I remember correctly, because we named some of the cats up to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Monarch. So there was Caius, there was Mobius, and what was the other one? We had one more, Ryza. We had Ryza. Yeah, we had those three. And thank you, Wise TV. Welcome in, welcome Raiders. How's it going? Iron Man's armor. There we are, everybody. Thank you so much. Fago Jumper, welcome in. Welcome to Constellations. We're all stars and we're all connected, everybody. I'm chilling in training mode right now. What were you doing? My Hero Ultra Rumble? How was that? Should I just jump on Ultra Rumble real quick, everybody? I'm joking. I'm not doing that right now. But I will be soon. I will be soon, everybody. Once I get past this, whatever the heck is happening to me arc. That's what I'm calling this. So whatever the heck is happening to me arc. Where I keep going to the hospital and they keep telling me I'm okay. But I don't feel okay and weird stuff keeps happening to me. Like, I'm gonna call whatever happened to me the fake heat stroke. That's what I'm gonna start calling the incident with me having shoved myself into the fridge. And it's basically what it is. It was a heat stroke, but it wasn't. So Ultra Rumble's cool. You were running customs? Nice. There you all go. Yeah, I'll eventually be back over to visit everybody. I miss Ultra. I miss everything. And I feel like the worst part is, everybody, I was watching Spellbreak earlier today and 2 and stuff. Like, I just feel like video games in me, like, I really do care a lot about how I perform and how I'm, like, my potential. Because I know what my potential is. I know what I'm capable of. And when I'm not doing that, I'd rather not play. And I'd rather just watch and enjoy the game rather than playing the game and getting frustrated with my shortcomings of being a human, I guess. Like, I don't even know. New season, like 17 days? I'll definitely check it out then. That'll be cool. You know, I didn't even play... What season are we in right now? I didn't even play the season, I'm pretty sure. I don't think I played a single game. Or maybe I played, like, a couple. I haven't checked this new season at all. I know there's, like, a new Todoroki and stuff. I haven't seen none of that. I barely stole that new Dobby. I heard the new Dobby's crazy. And really, really, beginner-friendly. That's the best way I'm gonna put that character. Beginner-friendly. Should I just main Dobby when I come back, everybody, and pretend I'm good? Somebody that's clearly overpowered? Clearly. Yeah, I mean, that's part of their... Honestly, I will commend them on staying true on their roadmap and doing 2-season updates, even if they're really small, because, I mean, at least they're doing them. You know how many dev teams, like, will just be like, oh, now let's just push the update back so we can put more content in. And how yikes that ends up. Like, at least, like, they're doing updates and it's always something subtle or something major. Like, at least they're doing something. Yeah, Red Dobby OP does way too much. Yeah, I saw. Like I said, there's kind of a reason I haven't visited yet. Because I feel like, every time they fix something that, really needed to be fixed in Ultra Rumble, they break, like, 5 more things and add more stuff to it. It makes it, a little more janky. And it's just like, I just want to play the game and, like, kind of just have fun. And I feel like there's a lot of characters that, especially the most recent characters that have all been added, that, like, are just really changed. They're really gimmicky. Thanks for the follow. I hope we're having a good one. Week and Kenzie. But yeah, what was I saying? Just, I don't know, everybody. Every time I want to play Ultra Rumble and take it serious, that ship sailed. And now when I play it, it's like it's kind of similar to Spellbreak, but different, way different. Because it's not a shoulda, woulda, coulda. So kinda.
Tying them down.
I don't know. I get different feels about how my hero died compared to Spellbreak. Like, my hero's still living, that's the worst part, but it's died to me in my heart, you know what I mean? It's dead in my heart, but I still love it. But, I mean, y'all saw what we did when that game came out, you know? We did everything we could do. I even peaked rank 1 for a moment. We were always in the top, like, whatever, right? I mean, we were doing fine. I never got to compete in any tournaments because of a lot of stuff that was holding me back, you know, the voice tech thing especially. I had a 1.3 second delay on my mic, so I couldn't even be competitive. I got rid of that delay. only like a 0.2 second delay now, which is fine because I comp things so fast and pre-comp things so fast. It won't affect me as bad. But anyways, what I'm trying to get at is like, yeah, My Hero, dude. I'm a content creator now. We hit the cap with My Hero. We literally hit the cap. And the worst part is, I know I could be streaming it every day and probably get pulling 20 to 40 viewers. I'd probably get back to my 40 if I streamed My Hero every day. Right? But I just can't do it. I legitimately can't do it because I don't have the same level of passion that I had before. Like before, you know, I really felt like, you know, I was helping push the game further and helping bring everybody together for like, you know, a common cause, you know. Not even just Quirked, but just in general, right? But I felt like that was kind of my goal, and in a way, I still was able to do that. So, you know, I brought together a lot of different groups, I feel like. Indirectly, I helped cause some stuff to happen, and directly. And, you know, it's just like, it's just one of those things where it's just like, I beat the game, everybody. That's how I look at it. I beat the game. I beat My Hero Ultra. We beat it before, you know? And now it's just like, it's a nostalgia thing to go back to, you know what I mean? You beat your favorite game, you beat it a couple times, you 100% it or whatever. That's basically what I do with My Hero. I 100%ed My Hero. We hit rank 1. We were number 1 with like 3 different characters. We hosted tournaments. We helped create a community, which I ultimately ended up destroying, but did I destroy it? I feel like all the people that were still together that love the game stayed together. All the people that were together that loved the game at one point, but don't anymore, stayed together. And all the content creators and people, you know, a couple different splits off between them, but for the most part, we're all still together. I don't know, yo, like, I didn't list everything else, but like, again, I'm saying, I did everything we could do, like, you know what I mean? I gave the devs feedback. They actually listened to a couple things. How you doing? It's Tune Code. I hope you're having a good one. Yeah, I'm like on a little ramble right now. I wish the devs listened to me on all my feedback, yo, instead of just listening to bits and pieces that coincide with the community. You know what I mean? God bums me out about that. Like, were they actually listening, or did they just... Or was I hitting the mark of something else that was popular? Anyways, everybody. I don't know, dude. I guess that's the main thing that demotivated me with Ultra Rumble, really, is the fact that I didn't have an impact or an influence on connecting the developers with the community. And I did try to do that. I tried to do that a couple times, where, you know, I really tried to get them to, like, get involved with the community. And, you know, I almost got banned from the My Hero Ultra Rumble official Discord. I'm joking, but I'm serious. They weren't actually gonna ban me, but they were not happy with me. That's for sure. They were not happy with me. So and that all happened with the content creators program thing, where they gave everybody creator roles. They gave me a creator role, and I didn't even ask for one, but I was very happy that they did, because I was clearly one of the top streamers in the entire game. And then they took the role away for no reason, and I asked them what's up. And then they were like, oh, we never gave you the role. I'm like, no, you did. I have multiple people telling me they saw me with the role. It wasn't just me. Like, there's people that literally saw me have the role. I danced around my house. I vividly remember this moment, and which is why I'm going to talk about it. Like, they gave me the role. I had the role. Somebody took it away, because I guess they didn't like me. And then when I called them out on that, they denied it. And I don't like that. And then, you know, anytime I try to talk to a moderator or anything in there about something in the community, I got, like, stonewalled. And that's really, really bad. That's really, really bad. And that's the developers' fault. They did a really poor job managing their community. And that's why there's a huge disconnection between the community. I mean, that's not the reason, but I'm saying, like, it all stems from this core factor of they don't communicate. And they have their own ideology. You know, Bandai Namco Japan, they're on an old meta way of thinking that isn't working, and it almost seems desperate, if you want me to be honest. It's kind of sad. Like what everything they're doing with the gacha system, it's desperate, yo. You cats in heat running around the house, you gotta get him fixed or her. Her fixed. Your SIT certified Iabara main top 3. There you go. Iabara is really good. I know Shadow plays Iabara. He sees what I see. It's cool seeing somebody use it like that. Yeah, you Iabara are little rascals. You're all secretly super broken, but so vulnerable, nobody will play her because they don't think she's broken. I'm joking with it. Yeah, the gacha system's really bad. That's not saying it's desperate, dude. What they're doing is desperate, and it's sad because they could have went a completely different way, made everybody happy, and made more money. It's really, and that's why I'm saying the disconnection between them and their community is just, it's rough. I don't know how they're ever gonna recover. Huh. Try practice. Yeah, it really is the worst gacha, right, everybody? One of the worst. Look, I got it. Look at me go. Here we go. I don't got one of those Awaken Kenzie. I thought about making one, then I ended up not making it because I realized that wasn't me, and I'm like, that's not me, yo. I don't know why I'm even thinking about making one of these. I know I'm desperate for money, but that's just not me. Yeah, I was thinking about doing that, and then I decided not to. I don't know if I'm ever gonna, everybody. I don't know if I'm that desperate for money. I'm gonna be real. I am. The worst part is I am, which is why I considered it, but I realized maybe I'm not gonna do it, and I'd rather be poor. Even though I probably would make a lot of money. It's sad to think about. It's alright. It's mandatory to save tickets and the heroes drop. Yeah. Yeah, morals, right? Yeah, I definitely got some more morals with it. Like, I don't know, yeah. It's not me. And if I ever do it, just know that it isn't me, everybody. Like, that stuff's just not me. I don't know if y'all noticed, but I'm not very sexual. I don't make a whole lot of sexual jokes or... Honestly, sexual stuff goes right over my head. Because, like, I kind of don't care. I've kind of ascended past that type of mentality a long time ago. I feel like I ascended past that mentality like long before anything. I haven't cared. I've never been like that, honestly. Been on a kind of a different vibe my whole life. I've been on the gaming vibe, everybody. I just wanted to be about gaming. Yeah, Ultra Rumble. It's nice to see y'all. You know, I had some Spellbreak people. You know, I always talk about that. It's the game I'm from. It's the game that none of you Ultra Rumble people would have met me in the way that you met me. If Spellbreak didn't exist, because Spellbreak is what really built my foundation to come into Ultra Rumble the way that I did. You know what I mean? I'm confused what's going on, chat. But yeah. You never heard about Spellbreak, really? Is it still going? Explanation point Elefrak. Look, everybody. Here, is Spellbreak still going? There's a Spellbreak community version. You can literally download it from Elefrak. There's a Discord, and they have without the K. Ella and then no K. Here, I'm gonna just put the letter K. Here's Spellbreak right here. It's a third-person shooter. It was a battle royale and an arena shooter. It had a Dominion mode. a couple different classes. Here, I'll just show you something really quick. But first, for the sake of I can't hear anything. I'm gonna lower this. Here, I'll show y'all something real quick. So, there's all sorts of classes and stuff. For the sake of, I have OCD, everybody. I'm putting on my skin, which is right here. Looks like me. Here, I'll hit play real quick. So, and I put it on training, because that's all I can really do right now. Hit play. And I'll show y'all... I'll just show y'all basics of it real quick. So, what's like an intricate class I can show y'all? Let's show y'all Frostborn, actually. I don't play Frostborn really, but I'm just gonna kind of show y'all stuff real quick. Oh, my settings are scuffed. Hold on. Settings are scuffed. Oh, that's not right. As you can tell, I never opened the game before. I'm literally doing this on the fly with y'all just to kind of show y'all the game really quick. Because I be talking about it way too much and not show y'all the game. Oh, wow, they, like, changed this. What's 0, 0? What the heck is all this? Yo, they changed some stuff here. That was never like that. That's new. Alright, anyways, I'm sorry about a little distracted. Field of view. That's cool, right? There's a vertical field of view setting. I think that's cool. But anyways, there's also a legacy camera, which I don't like using, so I'm turning that off. I like using center. I don't use center camera. I always use legacy. But yeah, let me show you real quick. Let me I do this. I believe I put it on 2. I don't know if this is right, everybody. Alright, so there's 6 gauntlets. I'll show you the gauntlets. I think I can only hold a couple at a time. And yeah, there's elements, right? All the gauntlets function like weapons in another video game. So the ice is like a sniper rifle. It's a sniper shot. And on the Frostborn class, this is a class exclusive. There's classes, right? It gets perks on the ice gauntlet. So this one, you throw these ice trails down, you get some speed. And there's like all sorts of movement tech with it. Like you can do this and like, oh, well, that's an elemental interaction. I'll explain that in a second. So there's elemental interactions in this game where different elements can interact with different elements. So right there, a Tox Puddle can actually go on this and mess it up. Meanwhile, fire, for example, will get put out, and the fire, well, actually gets negated by the ice. No hitbox happens. Or it's very weak or something. But yeah, and it creates steam. That's an interesting little mechanic thing there. And then, yeah, there's like Dragonfire. Dragonfire happens when a toxic cloud gets combined with fire. What am I getting at with all this? So there's abilities and shooting, right? Every gauntlet, let's try to go back to be some. This is the worst explanation of spell break I've ever had in my life. Oh, this is not Ambi. Okay, so here's the Stone Gauntlet. It looks like Shigaraki Shockwave. This is the reason why I started playing Ultra Rumble in the first place, is because Shigaraki's thing works like this. Here, I'll show you something real quick. Fire combines with stone. It does a fire puddle on the ground. But yeah, this reminds me of Shigaraki. This is why I got into Shigaraki, the Stone Shaper class, and I was literally the best Stone Shaper player. Yeah. So let's go over here. Let's go over here. Here's the Lightning Gauntlet. Basically an assault rifle. Lightning also had interactions with stuff. So there's this layer of, like, each weapon has, like, so the fire is a rocket launcher. The fire's a rocket launcher. The stone is a Shigaraki ground slam. Ice, we've seen, is a sniper rifle. Toxic is like a grenade launcher, kind of, slash a shotgun at the same time. And it also has some interesting properties with some stuff. You can see, like, there's some puddles right here being formed up from the ice. Here's the Lightning Gauntlet. Lightning Gauntlet has interesting properties. It can shock certain things and causes a stun. And this is like an assault rifle. And then the Wind Gauntlet, I need to switch classes real quick so I can show you. There's different classes. There's many ways to play this game. There's a talent system. There's classes, and you have an on-hand and an off-hand. Yeah, all the fireballs are like Deku and all that. Like, fireballs, are basically slow Deku shots and stuff, everybody. Pretty good. Here's the Wind Gauntlet. So what makes the Wind Gauntlet good is Rapid Bakugo kind of stole this from Tempest. Tempest had it first, everybody. That's why I was like, I'm gonna go crazy with Rapid Bakugo. Rapid Bakugo can't do that, though. In this game, you can win wall run. You can move off structures, and look how fast I'm going, because I win wall run. That's an advanced technique where you have to hit the wall a certain way, hit the thing a certain way, and then bam, you're running. But the Wind Gauntlet puts you up in the air. And now back to, every class has a level system. The abilities get powered up based on, Sorry. Hold on. My OC is just going crazy, everybody. I'm sorry. Rune is... Why is Rune all the way at the bottom? I will never understand it. Alright. I haven't even got to the runes yet. There are different movement options that you can pick up throughout a game. Those are really cool. But back to over here. So, every character, here's the Tempest skills, has different skills. There's a level 1 skill on every gauntlet. So, for a Tempest class, your main hand's always going to be whatever the main hand is on the left here. You can actually swap it if you wanted to. But, and you can pair it with anything else, right? Now, what makes it cool is, here's my NATO. Look, I'm just walking through it. This is a basic level 1 NATO, and there's also cool stuff you can do with the NATO, like turn it on fire with the fire gauntlet. You could also, here, I'll just show you all some random stuff. You can, like, blow it up with Toxic if it got combined with Toxic. You can also technically lightning a NATO, but there's rules with that. What am I getting at all this? There's all sorts of interactions, intricate stuff. Here's the Tempest level 1 power-up. It gives you an updraft. It puts you into the air. That's the level 1. And yeah, this game was my love, everybody. I know everything about this game all the way up from release to when the game shut down. They've changed the game a couple times since I've quit, because there's a community development happening with this. This is the community version. They've been like modifying the game to make it better. And in doing so, there's been a couple changes I don't really know about that I couldn't tell you, but I'm here to tell you all the basics. That's basically the basics. This is the Wind class. There's technically 6 different classes, then multiple different ways you can have the offhands. So there's meta versions of each class. Stolen always went with fire, for example. Toxin, ice were a pairing. Lightning was kind of a little mix-up, and then wind, you typically wanted the run only on the wind class because you get the wind movement, and without the wind movement, wind isn't as good, because with the wind movement, you're schmoovin'. You're schmoovin', everybody. You can just be schmoovin' off walls, you're just freaking schmoovin'. So what am I getting at with this? It's a Spellbreak. This is the game I talk about all the time. I don't even remember why we hopped on there, but you asked me what it is, and does it still exist? It's still right here. And I'm eventually going to be playing with the community version, with the community again, once I get my computer rig and everything going, once I get past all these freaking health issues, which hopefully freaking stop. I'll be able to do some cool stuff with y'all, because I do miss this game. It's just going to be... It's difficult for me with this game, because I just get really sad about gaming. I haven't played this game in a long time, because it literally triggers my depression, because I was just so good at it. Just, no. Oh my gosh, I hit the wrong button. You didn't see that, I swear. I swear I didn't mean to do that. But, like, you know what I mean? It was just such a good game. How are you like? 8 win shear. Yeah, this is Spellbreak. This was the game that I played all the time. I have 4,000 hours in it. And I played it. You know, I took a couple hiatuses because the game did a lot worse than Ultra Rumble. That's the sad part. You know, Ultra Rumble still has a 1,000 player base at the 1 year mark. Meanwhile, Spellbreak had about a 250. That's some perspective for y'all. And we sat in 20-minute queues waiting for a game. We sat in 20-minute queues waiting for a game, or we coordinated games. The good thing about this game is we didn't have cheaters. This game was very hard. I never saw a cheater ever. That's pretty much the TLDR. The closest thing to cheating was controller conduit. I'm joking, but like there was no cheaters in this game, so it was really beautiful. We never had to deal with like people speed hacking around or aimbot and stuff. Well, first off, aimbot wouldn't even... Apparently there were a couple aimbotters. I've seen clips of it, but they sucked, yo. They were just so bad. They were like bad controller conduit players. Like, that's the best way I could put it. They were just trash, yo. They just got crapped on. Yeah, we're showing off Spellbreak. So there's different runes too. These are the runes that I always talk about. I'll be like, oh, this is like this, or this is like that. This is the dash rune, one of the most versatile runes in the game, best for dueling. And I always talk about the swiggle dash motion. You know, when I'm like, oh, this character has a swiggle dash or this, that. This is a swiggle dash. Basically, during the dash, you can curve your camera and direct and influence where you go. But it's not just for forward. You could actually do it any direction, which is what really made it cool. So you can do some side turns with it, some back left ones. It actually got really intricate, and there was all sorts of different ways that you can go about using your dash to get stuff done. It was really, really cool. And this is, this is something I miss. Ultra Rumble, I'm gonna be honest, yo, the movement is very blocky over there. The movement, everything is like Shadow Step. Here's Shadow Step. This is why everything's like Shadow Step. On Ultra Rumble, it feels bad. There is PvP, but you would have to literally go into Discord and show up on the day and time that they're all meeting up. Otherwise, there is no matches. Nobody plays. It's literally a game on a private server. Here's Shadow Step, everybody. It's an invisible dash. It goes in like a straight line. It's really good. It's really good. It got paired with Toxicologist class. Here, let me show you all something cool. I talk about Toxicologists all the time, and I talk about like how I'm really good against Invis and why you see I always craft on Froppies and stuff. And all is because this class existed. And any other game that has Invis, I'm usually crapping on them. Like, even with Haze in Deadlock, I shot a couple of them out of their Invis. Like, it's just like, you can't fool me. I'm the Invis tracking master. Like, I had to track, like, 3 Invis players in an endgame where they're all trying to ape me. Trust me, I know how to fight Invis. I'm joking around, but... Alright, so, Toxicologist has a ability where they get 75% damage bonus when they do their outbreak. Is it actually... Wait, did they bring it back to 75? I thought they nerfed this. Did they bring it back? Yo, I think they rebuffed Tox. I don't know if that's right. Anyways, everybody, what am I getting at this? Toxicologist was a really burst-heavy class. So here's Vanishing Mist. I'll just show y'all. When you throw this Toxic Cloud, which was this little bubble before, when you walk through it on Tox, you get this Invis Dash. And every time you go through it, you can get this Invis Dash, and then bam, you slap them 8 million freaking billion damage. And by the way, with Shadow Step, if you have Runic, if you have a special ability, a passive thing, long story short, you can get 2 of these Shadow Steps. So the strategy with this class would be to, like, crap on them, and then, like, use the Shadow Steps and crap on them. I'm messing it up, because holy moly. That was really bad. A horrible example. Let me try that again real quick. Sorry. I haven't played this game in literally a year. But yeah, you go like this. Boop, bop, bam. Slap them for 1 million damage. Go back in. Slap. Boom, and then you would kill them right there, but I haven't played in a million years. You get what I'm saying, though? Tox was my 5th best class. I'm joking, but there's only 6. Tox was the class I was learning in Chapter 3, post-Chapter 3, though. I was decent with it, yo. I pulled it out in tournament. It worked. For 2 games. For 2 games. But yeah, Toxicologist was a cool class. When Invis, and when you do this... Oh! Oh, because I don't have a... I forgot. This is how you know it's been a minute. Yo, you need a shield. Alright, let's go over here real quick. So, yeah. This lets you go Invis, and there was just so much cool stuff what you can do with it. There was actually a tech that I was trying to figure out, which I almost just did it first try. You can, like, re-cloud like crazy. Yeah, the movement in this game was on another level, everybody. It was just really lit. There's so much interesting stuff you could do with it. Like, here's a top cloud. I could freeze it if I felt like it. The Toxicologist, when it gets leveled up to level 4, you get this Tox Cloud splitting ability. So you get 3 clouds, and if you're the really good toxicologist would do something like this, where they throw the cloud, and then boom, get to those clouds. Like, I messed it up, but you get what I'm trying to say? Get into it, get the cloud, the re-cloud, and then you get what I'm saying? It was really lit. It was really lit. I'm not a Tox player, so I kind of scuffed that a bit. But yeah, there was all sorts of stuff you can do in this game. The movement was just incredible. Y'all get what I'm saying? That's OP. This game was literally one of the best games in the world. And it flew under the radar to the point to where many people never even heard of it. And it's the saddest thing that's ever happened in my life. Oh, hey, I walked on my own puzzle. That's how you know I don't play Tox. Anyways, everybody, so that's a Tox class. That's a big favorite. Like, you know how Deku and Bakugo are really popular in Ultra Rumble? Basically, Pyromancer and Toxicologist were like the 2 really popular classes. Like, playing Tox is basically playing Deku, if you want me to be honest. Or it was basically like playing Bakugo. Honestly, it was playing Bakugo. Because Deku is Pyromancer, in my opinion. Actually, Deku is... I won't get into it. I mean, they would be conduit fire. But that's a whole nother topic. That's this game in a nutshell. I just gave you a basic little synopsis of it, little explanation. You know, I could go in depth, but yeah, that's this game, everybody. Look, I had 2 games open at once. I would talk more about it and show y'all more, but honestly, dude, I've shown Spellbreak off hundreds of times to people. And there will be a day where I actually play the game with a bunch of people and I'll really, really go in depth on it, everybody. So just keep an eye out for when it happens, because I haven't visited the game in a very long time. And I don't know. I have a feeling it'll be a good time when we do it. I just want to make sure I'm ready when we do that, everybody. And I'm not right now. I'm not right now. As you all see what's going on. A lot of stuff's been going on the last couple weeks. Pog, yeah, Doomsday. Yeah, Doomsday, you want to hop back on Spellbreak one of these days? Ultra Rumble people know Doomsday, that's funny. You're one of the few Spellbreaks that really actually played Ultra Rumble for a bit. What game is this? So we're on Deadlock right now. This is Deadlock. This is, a third-person, like, MOBA shooter. It's like literally a MOBA with hero shooter controls, which is really interesting. And honestly, a lot of Spellbreak and Ultra Rumble people I see on this game, because it has that same type of feel where you have this, you know, these fluid movement options, all these different options that you can do and abilities. You know what I mean? Like, there's all sorts of stuff you can do in this game. I really like this game. This is definitely the best take on a MOBA I've seen in a bit, which is really nice. You know what's crazy, everybody? I'm really hot right now, and I have my AC cranking. Give me one moment, everybody. Like I said, I don't feel good. I should make, like, tutorials or something. You know, I feel like I have people tell me all the time that I should make tutorials and stuff like that, and I don't, because I feel like I'm not the right person to be doing that, because I would want to go super in-depth and, like, really, really show everybody stuff, and I can't do it like how I did with Spellbreak. Spellbreak, I knew everything. In this game, I would be sitting there reading the abilities, like, verbatim with them, and I wouldn't be able to give, like, good examples on, like, how to do things, or, you know, the optimal this, or the optimal that. And I don't like to tell people things that I think, because, you know, I'm not always right on stuff that I think. I'm usually close, but things that I know, I would love to tell them that, because I love telling people stuff I know. Things that are actual facts that can't be, like, argued with unless there's, like, factors that are not considered that need to be addressed, type of thing. It likes addressing. Yo, can y'all give me, like, literally 30 seconds? Hold on, everybody. I don't feel good, like I said. I need to get water. I'm really, really hot. This is what I'm saying, dude. What the fuck is wrong with me, dude? Wait, 59. You know, we, well, you know. Yeah, on me. I cranked my AC, everybody. I cranked my AC. And I got a drink of water. I'm back. Here I am. Yeah, like I said, everybody, I'm not feeling. That's why I'm in training mode right now. I'm sitting tall. I don't feel good. All right, but anyways, what else can we talk about, everybody? I feel like I got really off topic with the Spellbreak thing too. I wanted to show you something else, and I just ended up going in one of my tutorial modes, having PTSD, thinking about how I've explained this game a million times to people. Cause I could sit there and show you all that forever, but then I just start getting sad. Cause that game's another shoulda, woulda, coulda, but never could have. I was powerless to be able to do anything about that. You know how I said I beat Ultra Rumble? Like, I did this, that? Like, Spellbreak, I 100%'d. Like, the Ultra Rumble, we can say 99%, because I didn't get to connect with the devs. Spellbreak, there was a moment, I signed an NDA, so I technically can't talk about what happened during that conversation. At least I don't think so. But I met with the developers of Spellbreak, and I really tried to change things. That's all I gotta say. I gave them, it was a really long presentation, and I gave them a lot of really, really good ideas I think they could do that would save the game and put the game in a stable position. And they basically told me, we'll think about it, you know? I'm not gonna get into the nitty gritty, but, you know, I feel like I can talk about that, because, let's be real, the game's been shut down forever, and none of that matters anymore. That was 4 years ago. I didn't talk about technically anything we talked about, you know what I mean? Just giving you all the gist of what happened with it, you know, we talked. I tried to make, you know, I tried to sway things towards our favor, and, you know, that they gave me, you know, like, we'll think about it, you know, like, you know, we'll get back to you, or not really get back, but, you know, I mean, we'll think about it. I'll leave it at that, you know? And unfortunately, nothing ever really happened with that. And then I ended up doing the idea on my own. And it was less impactful, but still worked for a short amount of time. And then they announced the game getting shut down. And then that was the end of that. That was the end of it. And then I went into a crazy depression for a couple of months. And then, you know, I found out about Ultra Rumble 1 week after, Spellbreak, the Proletariat shutting down message happened. 1 week after Spellbreak, I found out about Ultra Rumble. And I found out that I missed the closed beta. I missed the closed beta by a week. And that's because I was doing all the stuff with Spellbreak. And then right afterwards, you know, we got the news that they were getting shut down. And I feel like the news happened like pretty much around the exact same time. And that was unfortunate, but at the same time, I saw Shigaraki, and I saw that Stone Shockwave, and I was like, what's this game? This game looks like a game I could get into. I see Stone Shaper. And, you know, a new journey began. And it's just interesting. I feel like it's what constantly keeps happening. You know, I did all that stuff with Spellbreak. We did the Spellbreak gaming community and all that and everything. And then, you know, it shuts down. And then here's a light at the end of the tunnel. Here's Ultra Rumble. Ultra Rumble will save you. Question mark? Yeah, no, I looked at it and here's the difference. And this is a harsh reality for the, you know, the My Hero peoples. I went into Ultra Rumble knowing that it was gonna severely decline and have a niche player base. I went into it fully knowing that this game isn't gonna be the next big game. This is gonna be a cool game that some people are gonna like. And, you know, that's what it was. And I went about it, and I went in really strong, and I was trying to be that beacon of light for everybody in the beginning, and, you know, meanwhile, I'm paying close attention to the community, and, you know, I watch things go down. You know, I watch things go down. I try to be really, you know, positive. In those moments, I crumbled, yo. I crumbled. That was too much pressure for me. That was way too much. Like, I didn't see, here's the thing. I went into Ultra Rumble not wanting to be a number one or, like, the main person for people to look to. I just wanted to be one of the top people for people to look to. And when everybody quit, when all the pillars quit at the end of it was at the 1.5 month mark of My Hero Ultra Rumble, that's when I was the final pillar. You know, I think about it all the time. I mean, Savior Zombie came back, of course. But I'm talking about PC side of things specifically. Because if we want to talk about Ultra Rumble and the pillars, the last two pillars that still somewhat stream the game is me and Savior Zombie. Savior Zombie's been in it since the closed beta / alpha. He was in it technically before me. But out of, like, the beta testers, it's me and him. Everybody else is released or whatever that you see right now. Everybody else is released and onwards. But, you know, that I talk about the pillars. I'd be talking about all the big people on release. So remember, there was a couple people. I don't have to name all the names, but you remember most of them. There was a couple of really big names that were, you know, the main streamers. And then I was at, like, the very tail end of that. And I really liked that spot. I was very content with being right there. I was like, this is good. That's kind of where I want to be. I don't want to be the person with 300, like 500 people, you know, that was the max, right? But I didn't want to be, like, the person with the max, you know, the 80 percentile, like the high percentile of, like, why am I saying 80? You get what I'm trying to say. I guess 80% more to me. I don't know. Let's put it this way. When I had 100 viewers, they had 300 to 500, right? And I was totally content with being 1 to 2 because these dudes were going crazy, but I was the bottom line, which I really enjoyed. You know, Savior Zombie was up there. They were all up there. They were killing it. And then I was right here on that nice little fine bottom line. I was very content with that because, you know, I was in the higher echelon, but I wasn't the pinnacle of the top holding everything together. Because I knew I would not be able to handle something like that. So having all these other pillars for the community, from a community standpoint, that's really good because that's less pressure on one person to hold everything together. There are games where there's, like, you know, there's a couple creators holding things down, and it's a lot of weight for that top creator. No matter the size of the game, it's a lot of weight. But when this game is really kind of, like, niche and more small and isolated, which Ultra Rumble was very isolated, everybody. There was a lot of pockets of the community that didn't know each other. There was a YouTube side of the community. There was a Twitch side of the community. There was people that didn't even use social media that were very heavily involved with, like, maybe Discord or something. Yeah, there was those. And then there were the people that were literally in the game that didn't interact with any of this, but knew about it. You know what I mean? It was like connect the dots. And when everybody left, when all the top streamers, they all left, the structure that we had of all these players all going to this person's chat, this person, this person, this person. Most of them quit, I'm real. When the creator left, 80% of those people left with them. And then the people that remained flooded into who remained. Which is why you saw, like, Key, me, a couple others, you know. I think even Key quit for a little bit too. Key quit too. Key was like one of the last ones. But you get what I'm saying? All these people started coming to me. And that's when, and the worst part is everybody's viewership went down, right? Like, you know, my 1 to 200 became 60, and I was at 60 for like a month or so. But, you know, everybody else, they kind of went down, then they checked out. And then all the remaining went to me. And then when I had to be there, yo, I can tell you right now, those games were not fun, number one. And number two, trying to keep the community positive when all these people that had negative impressions from the other creators that left for very valid reasons, mind you. Most of these creators left for valid reasons. Maybe they could have went about leaving a little differently, you know. But not everybody's like me that's gonna, you know, kind of talk things down on something that's bad, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna make it feel as bad, but I will point it out in the realistic aspects. But I'll always talk about something positive afterwards, because I always feel like with every negative there is a positive. At least not always, actually. But you know what I mean? When you're a creator that's involved with something that clearly has flaws, this is ideology you have to go by in order to retain having a positive atmosphere for the people that come to you to be part of this community within that game, right? This is for niche game community creators. What am I getting at all this? See how long of an explanation that was just to tell y'all when all these people came to my chat, it just became too much pressure? Because there's all these people that, you know, might not have even liked me, but I'm like one of the last choices they had. I literally was the only choice for some of these people. You know what I mean? It creates a weird dynamic. It created a weird dynamic where some people in my chat, you know, weren't there necessarily for me, and they were there because of the game, but for the wrong reasons. And that's where things got weird, right? Things got weird. And I could sit there and talk about all the negative stuff, but you can imagine what I had to go through. Because, trust me, I did. And, you know, the whole point of what I'm trying to say here is, Ultra Rumble, the way it went down, I expected, but I didn't expect how type of thing. I didn't expect the community to kind of implode and then implode a second time. I expected the first implosion. I expected this, but I expected a couple of the pillars to remain and for me to be part of those pillars. I expected, you know, instead I was the pillar and then I had to create a network, which I kind of did, right? I you know, I made sure to connect with all the other creators, anybody on the come up, this, that. You know, I made sure. You know, Coffee's doing really good right now. I can tell you right now, I'm very happy he's doing good, because playing with him, it felt like passing a torch. Like, I knew he was going to do good. So I'm very happy that he's doing good now. Because, we needed more people like him sooner. Way sooner. Honestly, we needed people like him, like, Season 2. But that wasn't the case, you know what I mean? And the worst part is, so remember all that stuff that's going on, and people in the Discords and this, that? You know, there's, you know, the streamers that were trying to do stuff, you know, some of my friends over at Mochi and stuff. And then there's, you know, people on Discord, and then people on some other Discord, or some other chat, or even YouTube and stuff. And all these people have beef with each other. And most of them don't even, some of them didn't even do anything wrong on all parts. You know, I have seen it on all sides. And some of them are definitely more innocent than others. But what am I trying to get at this? I've never seen anything like that, yo. In a video game, yo, the community was so split and a lot of people had issues with each other. And I think it stems from a couple things, but in Ultra Rumble's sense, the number one reason is because of the game state issue of anytime you're shot or, you know, ability hits you, you're in this flinch where a lot of your actions are cucked. And that aspect of the game creates this polarizing aping aspect where you just 2v1, 3v1 someone. And it's a lot more radical than getting 2v1'd in, you know, a different game. Some games you get in 2v1, it's not as bad, or it doesn't feel like, it feels like you can maybe do something about it, you know what I mean? In that game, it's, unless you're playing Deku, like, during a certain meta, I feel like, I'm joking, but seriously, There was basically no characters that could really 1v3 because you couldn't create space to isolate fights and actually do stuff. Because anytime you took damage, you're slowed down and basically pinned down. People always have beef. It was very apparent in Spellbreak. Honestly, Spellbreak did have beef too, but here's the difference, Doomsday, and this is why I agree but disagree with you. In Spellbreak, the beef didn't, like, destroy the community. The beef just caused people in niche groups to have issues with each other. But they all still played the game. They all still showed up to Timmy Stack solos. They all showed up to Element SB. And they threw it down. The difference between that and My Hero Ultra Rumble is in Ultra Rumble, they didn't show up to Timmy Stack solos, aka my events. They didn't show up to the Quirked events or any of the tournaments going on when there's a registration open for over a month. You know what I mean? They weren't showing up at all. They didn't care. It was all meme. They all just wanted to stream snipe, clout chase, cheat, and jerk around with each other, thinking that that's what they're supposed to be doing. That was their version of being in the community and having fun. And I just, realistically, all that did was kill the community. It just drove everybody away and made people have more beef with each other, and had, you know, people just throwing knives at each other a little bit more. Like in Spellbreak, they had beef with each other, but they ran it down. They ran it. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, y'all talking a lot of smack? Let's do it in scrims. Let's do it in tournament. They had beef over an Ultra Rumble and they just stream snipe you, and then they're like, or not stream snipe, you know, lobby focus, right? Lobby focus. You know, people are changing their gamer tags just to freaking not be, you know, targeted. They're still getting targeted because they're just gonna target you anyways. They can just tell by aura, by your movement. But anyways, back to what I was trying to say is, in Spellbreak, they ran it down. They at least fought each other over it. They would, okay, let's see if you can back it up. You know what I mean? And they would actually play these matches out. Ultra Rumble, that shit that didn't happen. That did not happen. Nobody was showing up to scrims. If I didn't show up, scrims were really screwed. Scrims would always need to happen earlier during the day where I'm having health issues, so I couldn't do a good job hosting them or anything like that. It was really rough. Like, I really was the middle person. I wanted to just bring everybody together and I'd hope that they could function enough without me to not do it. And the reality is, without me directly doing stuff, a lot of stuff wasn't getting done except for a couple people that were really putting in, you know, a little extra work, like, you know, Midnight and Yawn and a couple people, you know, a couple others too after the fact. But they were the ones that helped initiate it. But what I'm trying to say is, like, and scrims were doing really good in Ultra Rumble for a bit, and I wasn't really part of it because at that point in time, I really was more on the casual competitive, everybody. I couldn't comm with people because of that delay and stuff. I didn't want to be holding people back. But yeah, Ultra Rumble, that was my problem. That was my personal problem. I feel like if I had that problem solved sooner, I could have been more involved with the community, the like competitive side of things, and maybe helped keep it more stable. And honestly, looking back now, I should have just realized in Quirked that it wasn't gonna be like SGC, and then I needed to run it like MLG, old school 2006 MLG. That's the only way Quirked would have worked. I think about it all the time now. If I ran it like old school 2006 MLG, we'd be doing fine. Because they'd all be talking smack like Gears of War and Halo players, and it would be okay. Because at the end of the day, they're showing up to scrims and going to events and making it all worth something, instead of just doing it and then never showing up to scrims and then stream sniping and thinking they're good at the game or something. Yeah, what I'm saying, like, Ultra Rumble was just a mess, you can say. It was a mess, and it was because people kind of changed from that point in time. In Spellbreak, that Twitch / like, you know, that whole, like, fame, like, you know, I want to be a top I want to be like Tfue Ninja, you know, I want to get up on, get my name out there. Everybody was more focused on that in Ultra Rumble than the process of, like, getting there and building the community and being part of the things that put you in that position. You know what I mean? Everybody wanted to be me without realizing the work that it actually took to be me. And that they were all going about it wrong, number one. They're all going about it wrong because it's just, like, not how you get it done. And it clearly isn't how y'all get it done. The game died Unless y'all's objective was to get all the big streamers off the game, so that way you have a moment. And and the worst part is I do feel there might have been a bad egg or two that might have been trying to do it, but that's not what was happening to everybody. But anyways, what I'm trying to say is like, people just had the wrong freaking idea on the game, you know, and what it meant to like be actually playing it and part of the community. And it really sucks. And I'm partially to blame too, but I really ain't, yo. I'm sorry, yo. I put like way too much time into all that just to get shit on by everybody. I stand by everything I did. And in a way, I still feel like, you know, removing myself from the situation and letting everybody just kind of do their thing, it was the best thing to do at that point. The damage was already done. There's nothing I really don't think I could ever
Stay right there.
The only way I could really fix it, it's too late. I screwed up. I know where I screwed up. I screwed up because I had an anxiety attack. But that's trying to make friends. And then I realized I was going about it wrong. And then I just realized that I'm just so different from everybody that maybe I wasn't meant to be their friend. And that's something I think about all the time. I was too different, you know. It ultimately comes down to that. I'm just too different. I'm like not meant to have a lot of friends, you know. I can be acquaintances. We can know each other. And, you know, we're friends. Like, it's weird. The definition of friend, like, has different meanings to me. It's like, there's, like, friend where it's, like, with a capital F, I guess. And then there's friend where it's, like, you're practically acquaintances, but it's a little bit more than that. You know what I mean? And I feel like I'm that lowercase version, so the capital, everybody. And, you know, I lost the capital version of that a very, very long time ago. You know, I had a group of friends that felt like family. They really cared about each other. People that I really stuck my... I put myself in bad situations to stick up for them, and I got crapped on really, really bad. Really bad. And I think about it every day that, you know, even the closest people in the world to me ended up using me and throwing me away when I needed help, when I needed them to be there for me at my weakest moment. Where were they? I was there for them at their weakest moment. It's crazy to think about, but it is reality. You know, some of my IRLs, there's this one dude who was like my manager, and he became like my best friend, and he turned on me one day, and I think about him a lot. I still think about him and a couple of the people, because they meant everything to me. They meant the world to me. They were my family. I didn't have a family anymore. I had them, and you know, they turned on me. They turned on me when I needed them the most. You know, I had a lot going on between. My living situation was really messed up. Like,
Locking down an area.
I just got and the worst part is I turned my whole life around, and as I was turning my whole life around and getting everything right, and everything was about to be perfect, and I was about to, like, because, you know, I stumbled, I fell, I faltered a little bit because a lot of things happening in my life, mostly due to, you know, starting my transition and stuff. And, it just sucks, yo. I just feel like in another world where, you know, if I had just a little bit more perception of the situation and was just, if I had a little more time, I think I could have avoided losing all my friends. Instead, I lost all my friends because, I'd be saying it like it's a bunch of people, but it really was just like 2 or 3 people, everybody. But the thing is, it was a friend group. It was a friend group that was really close. And that friend group, you know, ultimately has completely split. And I'm pretty sure most of those people don't even freaking, Cycling is a capital F friend. I still got him. And here's the worst part. I love cycling, but that's the thing. Like, he isn't either, honestly. And I no offense to you, cycling. Like, you are a great friend to me. It's just the reality is, like, the type of friend that I'm looking for at this point is, like, I need someone that can, like, I don't even know, yo. I don't want friends anymore. That's the reality. And that's the sad thing. I don't want friends anymore. I told all my friends is that I don't want to be hurt ever again, yo. I don't ever want to be hurt by caring about somebody just to be let down or just to not be good enough for them or mess up because all the pressure's on me anyways. Like, I'm sorry I'm getting like kind of dark and deep with it here because cycling, I love you, dude. Like, you're one of my favorite people and you are a friend to me. You're a great friend to me. It's just, I'm talking like a friend that feels like family. Like, that's type. I'm essentially talking about family at this point, everybody. But family and friends can kind of intertwine to me, and like, you know, my family, I really disconnected from them. I kind of reconnected with them recently, but I was always, you know, the black. You know, I was the lone shark. I was the black sheep. Whatever the term is, I was the odd one out of a whole pack of my entire family. You know, my mom's side of the family. You know, when I was a kid, a bunch of stuff happened between my dad and mom. They split up and I chose to live with my dad. My mom was really, that's a whole nother story. But yeah, I didn't get to see my mom much after that happened, and she died from cancer and stuff. My whole mom's side of the family like cut me off completely just because I went to live with my dad. When I was at the funeral, they wouldn't even say hi to me. They convinced my mom on her deathbed to write me out of her will. I didn't get anything. In fact, I had to go to court just to get pictures of her. Yeah, my mom's side of family is literally evil. If you all want me to be honest, literally evil. Like, it's actually insane. Would you ever do that to a, how old was I? 16-year-old kid? Their mom died, but because they chose to live with the dad, you're gonna deny them all the belongings and stuff that they left for their child, and then make it hard for the child to even have photos of their parents, that I have to go to court to get fucking photos? Yeah, so I didn't have a great family life, everybody. I had a wonderful time with my dad. I screwed up because I tried to have friends who, again, this is the moral of the story. I was 18, 17 years old. I had some friends, and my dad went away for a vacation, and he made me promise to not let anybody over. And I was very good that whole week. I stayed home. I didn't hang out with any friends. I just played video games the whole time and just figured, you know, if I stay home and take care of the house, nothing could go wrong. My one friend with the scummiest kid in the entire neighborhood showed up to my house, banging on the door, dude. They knew my dad wasn't home, and they wanted to come hang out. And I opened the door, like, creaked it, like, my head out type of thing, and I was trying to tell them, like, nah, y'all can't come in. And, as I'm, like, trying to do that, they forced their way in, like, straight up. Like, I opened the door and, like, went to creak my head out, and they are already opening the door with their hand and walking in. And now I'm trying to tell them, like, no, y'all can't be here. Y'all can't be here. This, that. It'll be fun. This, that. We're chilling. We got some of this and that. You know what I mean? And, like, all right. Well, what can go wrong? If I keep an eye on them and just make sure I stay here and maybe we can have a good time. I popped on Halo and stuff. I was like, you know, let's play some Halo or whatever. Try to get them to play some Halo, because I was really into my video games. I hopped on Halo. I forget exactly, but all I know is I ended up having to take over for one dude, the dude that was sketchy, right? And he said he had to go to the bathroom or something. So I was playing, and you know, I got locked in. I was playing, and like 30 minutes went by, like an hour went by. This guy robbed my house, robbed me blind. Stole a bunch of crap from my stepmom, stole a bunch of crap from my dad, stole my $500 BMX bike. Actually, it was more than that. It was like an $800 BMX bike stolen. A bunch of stuff got stolen, and I didn't even know. I didn't even know that happened. I don't know when he did it or how, but he did it. And, you know, they dipped, you know, shortly after type of thing, right? And I didn't notice anything wrong, and I was just like, you know, I went to sleep or whatever. And I just kind of went on my day. Like 2 days go by, my dad gets home, and they noticed stuff was missing. Who was here? This, that, this, that. Ba. Oh, you let people over? Da. And that was the beginning of the end of my family life. That was the beginning of the end. I basically, because of that one mistake, it's something that they hold against me to this. Oh, they don't actually hold it against me, but I know it impacted them. Like, my stepmom got something that was, like, given to her by her mother or grandmother, stolen, never recovered. And a bunch of other stuff. It ended up being really, really serious. And it completely screwed over everything with my family to a point to where, you know, that scar is still there. Like, they love and accept me now, kind of, but because of that one thing happening and just other things and this, that, there's this really dark rift in my family now with my dad and stuff. And it's really sad because my dad doesn't even remember a lot of the good stuff that happened in between us. My dad has partial Alzheimer's, and he only remembers the bad. He only remembers everything that happened pretty much from there till when he kicked me out. He doesn't remember any of the good stuff that we did when he was super dad. And my dad was super dad and, like, one of the best dads ever. Literally was one of the best dads ever. That happened, and he became one of the most evil dads ever. And it was really insane, yo. Like, not actually evil, but, like, he did not love me the same ever again. To this day. I don't think I'll ever get that type of love from him ever again. Especially because, you know, it's... You know, now I'm a lot different. You know, it took him a long time just to start, you know, addressing me as Kyrie. He kept saying, like, Kiri for a while. Like, couldn't even say my name right. But no, my dad... I love my dad. We have, like, a light love connection going on, right? But, you know, the reality is they're all... How do I put it simple? Outdoorsy type of people. They like going camping. They like going riding, dirt biking, this, that. And I used to be really into all that stuff as a kid. And I enjoyed doing that with them. But at the end of the day, I was the gamer in the family, everybody. I just wanted to play video games. That was my thing. That's what I knew would be my life. And in a way, I let that kind of a couple times. Like, I told y'all that incident where we got robbed, all because I got distracted from playing a video game. You know what I mean? Now you're starting to see why my dad doesn't like video games, right? Isn't that a crazy story, though? The two people that did not want my house, I literally tried to get them to leave, yo. I spent like 15 to 20 minutes trying to get them to leave, and they wouldn't leave. So now I just, you know, and I didn't want it to go back, because, like I said, this dude was sketchy, and it was real. I did not feel okay having him in my house at all. Like, my heart, my red flag meter was going off like crazy, but I just figured if I can watch him like a hawk, nothing could go wrong. And sure enough, I slipped up. And, so yeah, that's the whole thing with me not having a family, everybody. My mom's side of the family wrote me off when I was 17 years old. I have absolutely no idea how to contact any of them. My dad's side of the family wrote me off when I was 18 years old. And, I'm still in light contact with most of them. But the reality is, I go on Facebook and they're all liking each other's comment. And this is forever. It took to present day, including yesterday. They are all liking and commenting on each other's photos, this, that, being a family. I can tell you right now, not a single member of my family consistently, I'll say the word consistently, likes and comments on my posts. Once in a blue moon, I'll get like one of my aunts or one of my cousins or maybe even one of my directs or something. Even my brother a little bit. And my brother's a whole nother topic. I have a brother, but I keep him at arm's length because when we're together, bad things happen. Because, and I'll just leave it at that. You know, we both come from different lives. And like I said, you know, I was a different one in the family. He was even more different. Like, I at least did the dirt biking and stuff with them because I knew it was our family thing. He straight up said, fuck that shit. I'm not doing that. I'm a DJ. And I respect him for that. But at the same time, yo, I don't know, the insight that I got from that type of lifestyle affected me to the present day to where, you know, I have a little different insight on certain IRL things, I guess, of how people really think. But yeah, I don't have a family, everybody. I literally don't. Like, I do, but I don't. Like, it's sad. It's partially my fault. I mean, I'm so different from everybody. I can't even figure out how to connect with them. And now it's just been so long. Like, I don't even know how to re-enter being... The worst part is my dad's side of the family, you know, things are better now, I guess, kinda. Like, I feel like if I really try to reconnect with them, everything would be all good. Like, we are kind of all good. Like, I talked to some of them lightly here and there. It's just, you know what I mean? The disconnect happened so long ago, I never got to build a true connection like how they have built with each other. And it's just unfortunate because, you know, I know what all their lives are like. I know what they're all into, and I'm just so different that I can barely even relate with any of them. I'm here playing video games, doing advanced tech while talking to y'all. I'm joking, but you know what I mean? You don't let a lot of you? I don't know. So what was I getting at all this, everybody? That's why I'm really isolated and really just like, you know, I try to stay in my lane. I really don't want to cause people issues. I really just want to make everybody get along. I do want to feel involved in part of things. But at the end of the day, I feel like no matter what, even at the top echelon of these video games that we play, I'm too different from everybody. You know, I thought that maybe when I'm really, really good at video games, that if I hang out with other top video gamers, that I can get along and stuff. Nah, dude. I am way too different. You know, my ideology... It's really hard to find people that I really click with. So I'd be thinking way too different. Trying to run some games? Not right now. I'm in one of my rambles. I wouldn't be able to focus at all. But,
No running.
You know, I love a lot of the people that I've met. You know, I do have friends, everybody. I do have friends, and some of y'all are my friends. I don't got that family of friends. And I be trying to join other, you know, I always be like kind of like the lone wolf that comes in to other groups and stuff. I don't think I want to do that anymore. I just feel like I don't fit into a lot of places. I really just don't fit in. I can try to fit in. I can fit in some aspects, but I really don't fit in everybody, and it's just something that's really been bothering me lately. Like, I feel like the few people I think I could relate with, I can't even talk to because they're just on another level as well. And, you know, IRL, I talk with Al. It's really nice to talk with Al sometimes, you know. He gives me some insight, and he honestly does give me some really good advice sometimes. Sometimes I won't take it right away, but, you know, when I notice what his advice is, whenever it's something that's very literal, that's like an action, he's actually usually right about. The emotional and mental stuff, yeah, he's usually wrong about, I'm gonna be real. But, like, a literal, I should be doing this because of that, he's, like, super right about sometimes. And sometimes I just wish I can simplify things like that. Or care a little. Care is less. So let's go back to that. You know, I care what people think. I care about this, care about that. And that's kind of what makes me me. And that's one thing I'm trying to get past, but I can't get past because it's what makes me me. So I literally care what everybody thinks. I care what they feel. I care what they are, in a sense. Like, I just care about a lot of stuff, and I feel like that thought process allows me to see stuff differently and allows me to have this better perception to make, you know, more rational decisions that, you know, consider, you know, a bunch everybody's factors. But I feel like, you know, that way of thinking doesn't always work, everybody. That way of thinking doesn't always work. Sometimes the literal, most optimal, you know, emotionless, you know, just rational thinking is the most optional or most optimal thing, right? You know, some people be saying, like, gotta keep it cool and collected and this, that, like, you know what I mean? But then there are people that thrive off of not being cool and collected and being a wildfire. And I really think I'm one of those wildfire types where I have to, like, really be on fire, like, spiritually, emotionally, physically. Well, not like actually, but like you get what I'm saying? And, you know, that's when you see me popping off and going crazy. But like, I don't know. I just wish I could be more normal sometimes, everybody. But I'm not normal. And it's bothering me. Because I don't even know what normal is anymore. I take a walk every day. I walk past this park and I see all these happy families and stuff with their kids all like playing soccer or something. Football, basketball, whatever they're doing. Just living their lives, doing an activity that's fun to them together. And just, you know, it's the simple things. They're having really basic conversations that I don't think I could ever have because I've just ascended past that. Like, their conversation, when I watch people talk, it's like, I know what they're gonna say before they even say it, and then I know what the other person's gonna say before they even finish hearing what that person's gonna say, and then I know what that person's gonna say in response to that. Like, I'm like 5 steps ahead in the conversation. When it comes to like basic stuff. And it's like, I don't know, I'm weird, dude. Like, I don't even know how to interact with people outside of like learning. And like doing activities. Like, I don't know how to really small talk, except I do know how to small talk. I could small talk infinitely. It's just I feel like small talk is like how everybody communicates. And I don't really like small talk. I just like getting right to the point. I like getting big discussions going about stuff that I don't understand or want to understand. And it's just weird. It's just like, how am I supposed to, like, really connect with people when I don't know how to connect with anything? Can't even, like, connect with myself, it feels like. Mrs. That's interesting. Alright, anyways. This movement, everybody. Like I said, everybody. I really am trying my best to connect with people. That's why I sent a bunch of, you know, there's a couple of y'all in chat or whatever. I sent a bunch of people DMs recently, and I'm not even done. I only sent a couple, like 20 DMs, maybe 30. But I'm gonna be messaging, like, almost every person I know over the course of the next month or two. Just to reconnect with people and just try to see where people are at in life and where we're at in terms of connection, and where we can be. And just try to rebuild something. You try to build something real instead of whatever the heck I've been doing up until now. It just really sucks because it's like, you know, I mean, I have all these people that want to play with me and this, that, want to do this or that, want to see me doing this or that. And I just feel bad because at the end of the day, like, I do enjoy doing that. But I really just want to be like, just sound really, I don't even know the word, not ignorant or whatever the word is. I just want to like get coached. If I'm playing like a video game, I don't want to be the person teaching everybody how to play anymore. Doing tutorials and stuff. I want to have the #1 person show me everything they know so I could try to implement it in my game. And then push the game further. That's all that be going on in my head. It might be very arrogant, but it's just like, I feel like every video game I touch, like, yeah, I'm pretty good to a certain sense, or maybe I'm all right and have a lot I need to work on, but like the potential's there. And it's just like, I can't seem to like get the passion or the love to care about it enough to do it on my own. Like in Spellbreak, I did a lot of homework on my own. But at the end of the day, what really helped me get to be #1 in Spellbreak was I studied every top player in the game, and I implemented things from every single one. That's what made me good. Like, yeah, I practiced really hard and I did this and that, but at the end of the day, I coached myself based off of, you know, ideology and the current top people at the time without having it. Just with a lot of determination and a lot of effort. And I wasn't a streamer at this time. That's the other main thing. It's like, you know, back then I wasn't a streamer. There was no content or this or that I had to worry about, or streaming schedules and this, that. No. I woke up, I watched some streams, I would like, you know, play, and I would look at videos, I would VOD review. I was really in a lot of the pros' VODs. A lot of the time, I wouldn't even watch their streams. I was in their VODs, like, rewinding and slowing down stuff and, like, going into training mode and, like, practicing their techniques and stuff. Like, I was really nerding out. You know what I mean? I was really nerding out. And, like, I've never done that in a video game ever since, you know? My Year Ultra Rumble, I jerked around. I was like, top whatever. Imagine if I sat down and did that. I say it all the time. It's just like, I know for a damn fact, if I did that in Ultra Rumble, there's only like 5 players that would even be able to beat me. And even then, I'd probably give them trouble. I'd start giving them trouble / start winning. You know? And it's just like, there's probably more than that, but I'm saying 5 just because, like, from my experience at that point in time, you know what I mean? The meta obviously has evolved. That's the worst part is, you know, the meta evolves, and when you stop playing the game for a certain while, you know, even the people that were just, like, above average, you'll come back and they'll seem like they're godlike. And that's just because of meta state changing. Average level of play going up, average, you know, responses to play going up. You know, proper responses. Layers start to develop, right? Layers of play. Where if you know this, you know, or if they don't know this, you automatically win type of thing, right? And that exists in every video game. Every video game has that layer of layers, right? Where if you know this and they don't, you win, right? But here's a really basic example. I don't know. If a player knows headshot is crit versus body shot is not crit. This is a really dumb, basic example. Like, who wouldn't know that, right? But somebody probably doesn't, right? Some super noob. Maybe because they play a character that doesn't have a headshot multiplier, and then when they're on a character with a headshot multiplier, they're confused, right? I'm joking, but that's like a rational explanation. But you gotta understand, a person that knows how to hit their headshots is gonna beat the person that's only hitting the body. Right? That's a really basic layer. That's like the low level layer, right? The lowest of the low. And then from the highest to the high, you can have all these, you know, like, I don't know, you're chasing somebody down and they know how to do some crazy zip line tech or something. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say here, but they're doing some type of thing that you've never seen them do before. They did some crazy movement and now they're punishing you on the way up. I don't know. Really random bad example. But what I'm trying to say is, like, all right, let's give a more basic example. I don't know advanced techniques in this game, so I can't even tell y'all, like, what they would be. But I bet you that example I said right there probably exists. I just don't know how to show you. That's kind of my main point at that, actually, is that I don't know how to show you that example, but I know it exists based on the mechanics that exist in this game. And a person that has those mechanics perfected and is doing whatever that I think that they're doing right there, is gonna be able to take advantage of that. But yeah, what I'm basically trying to say is, like, you know, video games, it really is a knowledge bank, you know? People be talking about their hours and this, that, and that stuff kind of matters, but it actually doesn't. It's what you learned in those hours, you know? I always say, oh, 4,000 hours in Spellbreak, but I can tell you right now, it was actually like 20,000 hours. because that's just 4,000 hours in game. And then all the time I spent streaming, studying, and doing my own work, it's definitely over 10,000 hours. I could tell you that much. Damn sure. Definitely over 10,000. Could be close to 20 though, because there was a point where I spent more time watching than playing. But no, it's probably like 10,000 hours of like full like media consumption plus playing. But what I'm trying to get at is like, you know, they really just, there's a lot of factors, right? And back then, I had like a completely different objective. Like, I wanted to be the next Tfue Ninja, right? I always be making fun of those. I actually thought I could maybe be something really big in that game and it can carry me into, you know, making Twitch my thing. And I was definitely mostly wrong about that. At the end of the day, that didn't happen, but it did give me a base to work with to build to where we are. And now it's just like, I feel like I'm just dealing with all this extra stuff when I finally have everything I need. Like, I finally have a dual PC. I got my voice working. I got like practically sponsored with Marvel. Like, I got all this stuff going on. You know? And then what? My health takes a massive hit. And I'm dealing with a lot of IRL stuff that's kind of like affecting my mental on like playing these games. Like, you know, what made them special to me is just like, it's really hurting everybody. It's really hurting, you know? And I played these games to, you know, live my life and enjoy it. You know, I was really hoping I could connect with people that I truly feel could be like that F with the capital, you know? That the friend family. And like, you know, I have a couple groups that I'm like kind of close with. Kind of. At the end of the day, you know, I feel like I'm just too different from everybody, yo. Whenever I really try to connect, I just feel like I'm swinging and missing. And when they're talking about things that make them really passionate and excited, I'm not getting a connection. And I feel like it's in situations where I should be having a connection. And there should be something there, and there isn't. And that's a me problem. I can't seem to like love things. Like, I don't even know. Yeah, I can't seem to just, I can't unsee things anymore, everybody. When something happens in a video game, I swear, it's like, I'm suddenly just thinking about all the possibilities and what has happened in another video game when they ran through a similar situation and what were the, you know, the X, Y, B, Z, whatever the heck options or outcomes of it or different types of reactions to it. What am I trying to get out of all this? Like, can't manage people, only manage how you react to them, everybody. And, you know, I spent this whole time, I feel like, trying to manage people. You know, try to build these communities, bridge these gaps, get closer with people. And, you know, manage my relationship with them, you know, like try to like be what they need me to be. And, I don't even know what I need myself to be for myself. Like, feel like anytime there's a lot of pressure on me where I need to step up to the plate lately, I've been swinging and missing, you know? The Marvel Rivals beta happened and, you know, the health thing that's been happening with me, like, hit, like, really different during that. I really wasn't able to, like, deliver the same level of energy during the streams. Like, the streams still went good, but, like, let's be real, everybody. My energy wasn't where it was in the alpha. And it's not because of the viewership or this or that. It has to do with just how I feel. Physically and mentally. I'm in a slump, everybody. I'm in a slump. I screwed up with Ultra Rumble. Think about it every day. You know, that's why the Ultra Rumble, you know, Spellbreak, I get sad. Ultra Rumble, I I get kind of angry. I'm gonna be real. Like, I get really mad at what happened with Ultra Rumble, because I know, yeah, I screwed up, and there's a couple things I could have done better to, you know, prolong and prevent things. But ultimately, all those issues that I talked about before, with things that were out of my control, everybody. You can't manage people. You can manage. I couldn't manage that. There was nothing I could do, and there was no rules or structure or anything on the planet that could change how these people are going to act. All I could have done about it is change how I went about it. If I was more lenient and aimed for a different direction than trying to be, you know, like esports, I guess. Because I was trying to make us esports. That's the reality. I was trying to make us esports so people would take us seriously. But that wasn't the right route. I should have just made us competitive underground gamers, because that's what the game is. And that's what a lot of the community is. And I should have made us have that MLG 2006 vibe. If I went for that, Quirk would still be fine right now. And it might have even encouraged, and, you know, I made that comment with freaking Doomsday before about, you know, the difference between, you know, Ultra Rumble players and Spellbreak. You know, the Ultra Rumble players didn't show up to scrims and tournaments and stuff. They just didn't. They're starting to now with this Spanish scene really carrying stuff. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, we didn't have no big tournaments. Couldn't even get our tournaments going. Spellbreak, yo, I feel like every random tournament that ever popped up, people showed up to, even if it was like a really small, like, you know, one of the smaller ones. People always showed up, and the people that are talking smack to each other, they always showed up too, so they can fight each other, like most of the time. You know what I mean? And, you know, that was something that definitely was different between the two games that I wish I could have seen sooner. I wish I could have seen that way sooner. If I saw that sooner, I could have went a different direction with everything. It wouldn't have been as pretty in terms of what I wanted to build, but it would have worked. The idea behind the whole project would have worked, which sucks. I think about it all the time. If I went MLG 2006, I think we would have been all good.
Going airborne.
I'm not okay, everybody. I'm gonna be real. I'm trying my best to power through whatever all this bull crap is. It's just like, it's just really hard for me to think positively about this stuff. The only thing that has me kind of positive is the fact that I was able to improve dramatically in Marvel Rivals in a matter of a couple days during that closed beta test. Or not the closed beta, during the private test. During the closed beta test, I mean, I leveled up too, definitely. But more so on just the basic understanding of top level play in that game. You know what I mean? It was like just understanding the basics. Or not even the basics, not even top level. I would say understanding the high level. I'll say high level. Because the private test was me understanding the basics of the top level. And I feel like I learned a lot. And, you know, we did relatively good. I mean, my Mantis had a nearly 80% win rate playing all solo queue with various lobbies containing pros on, you know, whatever side or both sides. No, and competitive players and all sorts of stuff. Like, I know we did decent there, and I know I learned a lot and improved from that. So I know, like, not Ultra Rumble, but, you know, Marvel Rivals, as a player, I think I'm gonna do good. I might be able to make a similar impact to how I did with Ultra Rumble, from a player standpoint, but I could potentially push further to probably not what I did in Spellbreak, but I could probably do alright. You know what I mean? I could probably, you know, my goal during the private test was definitely turn some eyes, you know what I mean? And, you know, kind of make people kind of bat an eye at what's going on over here. Like, wait, is she really doing all that? The answer is yes, sometimes. Sometimes I am. And, it's something to look forward to. Regardless of, I'm not gonna talk anything positive or negative because about like, how the game will do. I think the game's gonna do really good off the launch, everybody, and we'll just have to see how the community and how the devs do. Let them cook, everybody, We'll just let them cook. We'll cross our fingers because I've been there and done that with, launches. And let's just hope to, let's just make it a good one, everybody. And we're gonna go in really positive, I'm gonna go in really positive. The game is really fun. And it's gonna be something cool to do. While at the same time, we're keeping an eye out for games like this game, Deadlock. Games where I can, learn some new stuff. Apply what I used to know while learning some new stuff. Until something really, really resonates and just feels really natural. I don't know if that'll ever happen. But what I do know is, like, I'm here to play these games, everybody. I'm here to play them. And I don't know, I just want to care about stuff again, everybody. I just really want to care about things again. And, like, have a deeper care for, like, people than I already do. While at the same time, not caring at all anymore. You see what I'm talking about? I care what everybody thinks thing. I really do want to try to be everybody's friend, but there's a part of me that wants to be everybody's friend. But, 30-something years old. Starting to realize right now, I'm not going to be everybody's friend. There's always going to be people that don't like me because of X and Y reasons. No matter what I say or do. That's the world, everybody. That's the world we live in. It's prejudice. That's just grumpy mentalities. Or isolated people that are way more messed up than me mentally that hate people. There are people that hate people, no matter what. And they'll try to come up with whatever reason to hate. Because it doesn't match how they are. And, like, I don't know, but this was definitely a little more personal stream. I talked about a couple things I never talked about before in the stream, by the way. So if y'all are listening right now, I definitely have. There's a couple things I talked about there in the stream I never talked about before. It's because I really try to forget about it all, everybody. I have a lot of stuff going on in my life. My whole life's been chaos since that moment I told you all about with that dude robbing my house. My life has been nothing but chaos. Like, I had a life where I was isolated and I was safe. I was in my gaming world. I was with my family. I might have been, like, a little too sucked into the games, a little disconnected from my family. But, no. I feel like I was in a decent spot with everything and everybody. And then, once, like, that family, once that whole started, which, again, was partially my fault, but also just a really unfortunate scenario that really screwed me over. And technically wasn't my fault at the same time, because these dudes, like I said, they literally barged in, and they were bigger than me and stuff. There was no keeping them back and stuff. I was bullied as a kid. I had another group of friends that knew this group of friends that I used to hang out with, that I stopped hanging out with them because, they bullied me really hard, They would, like, beat me up and stuff, And I didn't even realize it back then. Like, looking back now, I'm like, dang, I was getting bullied and I didn't even know it. Because they were pretending to be my friend. I was getting hardcore bullied, like, it was really bad. All because I was the gamer, everybody. I was the gamer. I was the gamer that was trying to hang out with people that play real sports and action sports. I got more into action sports, obviously. I mean, it was mostly action sports. But, like, and I'm talking, like BMX and dirt biking and stuff. I was really into surfing. I was the only person that surfed at all. Everybody I knew, though. None of my friends surfed. That was a solo mission, the surfing thing. It was really nice, though. My dad brought me to the beach. I used to go to, like I said, my dad was super dad. When I was a kid, I got to go to a surf camp, everybody. It was literally called surf camp, where we would get dropped off at the beach and or this really cool scuba shop. And they would take us, you know, surfing. There would be surf lessons. They had their own boards and stuff. It was really cool. And that's how I like kind of learned how to surf. I got my own board though. And you know, I would go there, and it was practically like a daycare for kids that want to surf. That's literally what it ended up being, you know? And I was kind of like you know, even then. So I got dropped off, and this surf camp was at a boardwalk. This boardwalk had a lot of arcade machines, right? Here's a cool story. Here's some cool background for you. So I would get dropped off. It would be like 2 or 3 days a week. And pretty much the whole day from like 9 in the morning to like, I want to say 2 to 3 in the afternoon. It was a very interesting time schedule. Something like that. And like, yeah, we went surfing. I eventually became one of the more usual people, and I would help teach other people how to surf and stuff. And, you know, I would make a couple random friends as a kid, you know? And there was a boardwalk, and we had to go up there one time, and there was DDR machines. And, like, that was really my thing as a kid. I really liked going to the DDR machines. And I was pretty decent at them. You know, I was going on heavy mode, doing, like, a lot of songs. Not, like, all of them. I wasn't, like, super cracked with it. I think it's funny that the tech that all the big DDR pros use, where they hold the bars and then do the thing with their feet, I was kind of doing that tech all the way back then. I was doing that, but I wasn't doing the weird thing they do with their feet, the little shuffle. I was kind of half doing it. I was using the bars a lot. Of like hardcore using the bars to dance on it. But anyways, yeah, there was DDR and there was Time Crisis. Time Crisis 2. And then there was 3. And you know, I'm not gonna lie, that's where like I really started to like shooters. I would play Time Crisis. And yeah, that was like one of my middle school years. My middle school years, 6th to 8th grade, during the summer, I went to a surf camp. And I would surf during the day, in around lunchtime or whatever. We would go up to the boardwalk, and I honestly always would end up splitting off from the group and like being on the arcade machine. And they would even like wait for me, like, "Come on, we all gotta go back." I'm like, "No, you all go without me. I want to play a couple more." I'd play like another hour and then come down and surf. Yo, I was the nerd even there, and there was like no gamer friends. And it's kind of interesting how, like, throughout my whole life, I've just, like, been hanging around these different groups, different types of people, you know, surfers, dirt bikers, BMX, all this action sports, but even regular sports stuff, too. This, that, trying to make friends, and I always got bullied, I always got used, I always got screwed over. And it was always from being, you know, this small, skinny, nerdy kid that's really into video games. It always stemmed from that. So I feel like that's what's kind of always kept me at bay from like really connecting with people over the years. It's just like, I can't connect with normal people. I can only connect with gamers. You know, I'm not gonna lie, there was a point in my life where you know, like, people are prejudiced and racist and sexist and stuff. I was like video game cist. If you didn't play video games, I really didn't give a crap about you. I wouldn't say I hate the people or really look down on them or so, but I'd just be like, that's a normie. They don't play games. You know what I mean? Like, I had to like kind of justify it in my head from all the bullying and all the people looking down on me, that eventually the reverse psychology kicked in, and then I just started looking at them like that, like, haha, y'all don't play video games. So yeah, I started looking down on them for it. And like, I'm not really like that anymore, but I will admit, I am still partially like that. Like, normal people that don't play video games, you know, I do kind of look at, I don't look at them differently, I connect with them differently. I try to look for the IRL things and try to like personalize it on that, which usually comes down to Marvel and anime, which is why Marvel, you know, comic books, DC, and anime has always been kind of something that's there for me, because I feel like it is always a nice medium for a gamer to meet a normal person because of those avenues. You know, you can connect with people with like art and stuff. and theater and all that jazz. And like, yeah, like to this day, like, you know, I really don't have a lot of normal I don't have any normal friends. I don't have a single friend, or not. I mean, I don't have any friends that are gamers either, let's be real. But like, I'll get into that in a bit. You know, like, yeah, I can't connect with normal people. I tried, there was one person I met at my one friend's house, like, a couple years ago. I thought I made a new friend there, and that we were gonna start hanging out, and I'd start doing, like, IRL stuff, and, like, dial in on my feminine side a bit and stuff. That never happened. That person blew me off every single time I hit them up. Yo, they clearly didn't want to hang out with me. And that just comes down to I'm too different, you know? I'm too different to hang out with normal people. And gamers, I'm having trouble hanging out with because I'm just on this crazy echelon where I'm having trouble talking to other top players. Like, I don't even know. I can't even talk to other top players because I'd just be seeing stuff so different. Like, I don't even know, yo. I'm joking, but I'm serious. Like, and when I talk with mid and low levels, like, you know, they just want to get carried or, you know, they want to get better. And I appreciate that. I'm like that too. It's just like, I've just been doing that my whole life with people. I feel like I'm always trying to help other people out. I'm always trying to help them improve, be the best versions of themselves. But I feel like there's just like not many people there for me that do that. Or the few that I have, there's a hidden agenda going on most of the time. You know? And whether it be for themselves or just because of what they're into. That like,
Get the drop on them. They're mine. Bye-bye.
it's tough for
Where is it?
everybody. It's been really tough. Like, I'm having a lot of difficulty. You know, I always thought, like, if I'm just friends with a bunch of gamers, everything's all good. Like, you know, they'll get me, and I'll get them, and we can, like, be a family. Well, you know what I mean? It's the reality is, all my gamer friends are online, hundreds/thousands of miles away from me. Most of them are people I'll never see, let alone meet. You know what I mean? Oh, the people IRL I know.
No running.
Feel like I'm talking to bots. It's like, I don't want to be offensive. It's just like, I feel like I'm talking to bots. I feel like I'm talking to, like, AI. I'm talking to an NPC. And I don't want to, like, look down on them like that. That's what some of these conversations I have with people feels like. It doesn't feel like a real, authentic conversation. It feels like something that's scripted that I have to answer, like, specific things for. And I feel like I'm not getting what I really want out of a lot of interactions that I have with people. Like, I just wanna... I don't know. Y'all see what I'm saying? Like, I might go back to therapy, everybody. You know? I was supposed to start up therapy, honestly. And then I ended up not doing it because, well, story short, that place was like trying to scam me or something. It was really weird, so I ended up just not doing it. I think I had to call a different place. Because I was trying to do an in-person therapy session, and they scheduled it, and then they messed up the schedule, and they scheduled it for an online one, and I was like, no, I want to do it in person. I need to do it in person. It can't be online. Which is ironic, right? Normally I needed to talk to people in person. I needed it to be like, I needed to be outside of my box. Outside of like I need to be out there so I can have like the thoughts that be going through my mind when I'm outside my house going through my mind. Otherwise, when I'm inside my house, I have a whole different bunch of other problems going on where I'm just distracted by all the video game stuff. When I'm home, I'm so like safe in a sense because I'm in this realm of gaming. At the same time, I'm like kind of locked away, everybody. Like, I'm safe, but I'm locked away. I wrap myself so much into this gaming stuff. I don't even be paying attention to what's going on in the world, which is a good and a bad thing. You know, I don't ever think about all the worldly drama, all the problems, you know, stuff with politics, the election. I can tell you right now, I don't know. I don't know who the heck's running for the election, other than I guess Trump, right, or whatever. But like, don't tell me. I don't want to. And I don't care I don't know what any of their agendas are. So that I know a couple things, right? At the end of the day, yo, I just don't give a crap. Like, unless y'all are telling me my rights are gone or this, that. Like, I don't think about any of that. Because I don't want it to affect my day-to-day life with a stressor like that. Because I feel like a lot of the stuff in politics, I'm talking about politics lightly for a second. I'm just letting y'all know that a lot of stuff's there to distract y'all. And I'm sorry to be the harsh reality, but you definitely vote so you feel like you're making a difference. But just understand, unless you're part of like a really collective, you're actually not really making a difference. And it's all corrupt. And we have no power to really change anything. I think the whole system's actually flawed in general. And if you want me to touch on it really lightly, you can't have two completely different ideologies switching positions of power over and over again and think that it's gonna get us somewhere. The one side's just gonna cancel out everything that side did. The second this side gets power, they're gonna cancel out everything that side did. They need to freaking come up with a third freaking party that combines the positives of this ideology, that ideology, gets rid of all the controversial negatives, throw it all away because none of that stuff's important. You're distracting money and taxpayer stuff with stuff that you could actually be getting done to help the freaking country. And get it done. Get it done. And if you have, this is gonna hurt that and this is gonna hurt that, well, y'all need to work it out because there's definitely a world where there's a middle ground. That's one thing I've learned about, like, you know, I don't want to say factions, but like, you know, collective group ideology is like, there's always a middle ground there, but there's always a middle ground. Some people don't want to do it because they don't benefit enough from it. And that's where things are corrupt. And that's where I'll leave it at that, everybody. I don't want to sit and talk about politics. Just understand there's a reason why I don't. Because I truly believe a lot of it's BS. And unless you're actually a politician that's involved and knows the law and has influence and connections, ain't much talked about. It's not going to get undone. You can spread your ideas and beliefs on others. But like I said, you can't manage people. You can only manage how you react to them. You can try to do whatever you want with them. At the end of the day, they're going to do what they want to do. You can influence them. They can react to you, right? But they don't have to. And that's why I don't try to force my beliefs on nobody. I don't try to, like, force anything on nobody. I'm just letting y'all know this, like, kind of just my ideology was behind like why I don't pay attention to the world, because I feel like it distracts me from what I'm supposed to be doing. What am I supposed to be doing? Here at y'all pushing games to another level and actually having fun with it. And having a good time with it. And actually build a community, actually have friends, and then actually make real friends with the capital F and actually feel like my life matters. Like that's like kind of my goal here, because right now, it feels like my life don't matter, and that's not good.
Time to move.
Alright, so back to, like, what I was trying to talk about. Do y'all see why I don't get along with anybody? So I can go more in depth on it, if y'all want, without really bringing up groups and stuff. Let's just put it to you this way. Because of my gender identity, I have issues. I have an automatic social issue. There's one. But I don't really care about that. So I kind of do. But we'll get on that later. Because of, like, what I believe in the world. Or, you know, this, that, or this, that, I realize I also, I don't belong in, like, most of the stuff, yo. Like, it's just too much, yo. It's just too much. Like, I can talk about it from sexual orientation to religion to, background to whatever it may be. I don't fit in any of the stereotypes that I should be part of because I'm so different. And it bothers me. Like, you'll see, I'm barely sexual. Like, I don't really make sexual jokes and stuff. Like, that type of stuff doesn't even matter to me. I don't even really think about that stuff too much. Occasionally I make a couple little banters just to, like, kind of be meany because we're a VTuber. And it's just funny and, like, funny content type of stuff. But realistically, like, when do you see me talking about, like, well, let's put it this way. You tune into another streamer or whatever, and they're talking about, like, flopping titties or, like, asses and dicks and stuff, right? Like, I'm just like referencing all this stuff because, like, it's something very common, and it's a common thing that's on their mind. Meanwhile, this stuff doesn't even cross my mind. Someone before was like, oh, she has feet. And, people that really like feet, yeah, she probably does have some cute feet. Look at that. I didn't even notice she was barefoot, dude. Like, that's where I'm at, Like, I don't pay attention to a lot of things like that. Physical qualities, sexual attraction, detraction, all that. It's all... I don't want to sound arrogant. That stuff's all beneath me, dude. I don't care about none of that, dude. Like, none of that stuff matters. None of that stuff matters to me. It's nice to have good ideas and good thoughts about what you like about people and stuff. Maybe even dislike, know what to stay away from. It's just like, this is what I'm trying to say. It's like, the way that I think is just too different for everybody. You know what I mean? Like I said, sexual orientation, religion, this, that, and the third. My background. I'm like, I'm a white trans person, everybody, right? And I'm in an area that's definitely a more diverse culture. I'll just leave it at that, diverse. And maybe if I wasn't trans, it wouldn't be as bad, but it still would be. It still would be because of these social constructs that we have. Even though I don't even think about this stuff. I don't ever think about any of that. Except I kind of do now because, trans people are literally the most, we're the #1 target in the world right now. Honestly speaking, we're the #1 target in the world right now. You can be shot in certain countries for being trans. You know what I mean? They're taking away our rights. They're still trying to do it. We're on the news all the time. What am I trying to get at? Every single group, all these social constructs I mentioned, they all don't like trans people. So I have that going on, right? That's #1. It's really bad. It's really annoying to deal with, too. It's very annoying to deal with. Especially because of a lot of reasons. I don't like not being given opportunities because of it. That's definitely one thing. It changed how I interact with people. When I was quote-unquote normal, I was able to kind of bridge some of these barriers with some of these types of people very easily. Now when I run into these types of people, they cut me off before they even get to know me. All because of a social construct. It's crazy to think about. Why am I saying all this? Because it's all fucking bullshit, everybody. Like, that's why I really don't want friends. I kind of just want a family. And I kind of want to stay in my lane away from all these potentially dangerous people. If you want me to be honest, people are potentially dangerous to me. Some of these people, right? And it might not be physically, but the things that they think and put onto others to cause me to continue to deal with this barrier because I'm in this social construct is insane to me. Well, because of who and what I am should not affect my ability to interact with any of you. But apparently it does because of your ideology on how people over here, or even any of these other spots, connect with you. Can't manage people, you can only manage how you react to them. These people react by cutting you off. That's how they manage this situation. Get what I'm saying? It's really messed up. And that's why I really cut myself off a while ago. I stay true to myself, and I try to just find people to accept me for who I am right now. While at the same time, I realize that even within my own group, right, we're talking about LGBT, I literally, I have a lot of LGBT, you know, like friends, acquaintances, I guess, kind of, but I don't hang out with anybody, really. And that's because I don't think the same as them. And I don't think I ever will. Just like I don't think the same as all these other constructs that exist. All these other constructs that exist, I don't think the same as them. And I never will. And it's because of this whole journey I've been on of seeing all these different walks of life, being part of it, sometimes in some deeper aspects. You know, the gaming side of things really showed me a lot. Because I got to see these social constructs from an unfiltered environment where I was able to interact with them. And I was able to break this barrier. For some. The worst part is, even within the realm of gaming, there are people that, as soon as they find out X and Y, because of whatever they believe, which is 90% of the time wrong, I'm cut off. You're like, Kyrie, you're not subjective with the 90%. Like, I don't know, yo. If we really go, I can super nerd out on you and make you question everything you believe, but I'm not here to change your beliefs, so like, I'll let you do your research and come up with your own ideology. I'll just give you all the facts, and then you can figure it out for yourself. Because one thing I will say is, when a lot of these concepts of what people are using to justify their actions right now were developed long before any of us were born, in an age, a technical age, where everything, the technology's evolving beyond our grasp, where things that we thought were not possible are becoming possible, I think people need to have a more open mind on the ability to, modify our bodies in the way we would like to be. I'll use it very vaguely, right? Very vaguely. Because I say it like that. It's like, what about people with, like, leg augmentation? It's completely off topic, but you know what I mean? There's all different ways of a body being modified in order to work for the person. And it can be from a physical aspect to an emotional to a spiritual to a... You get what I'm trying to say? It goes really deep. Anyways, what am I trying to get at all this? A lot of people and the way they think is wrong, including myself. I'm constantly, I feel like, evolving what I think about when it comes to everything in IRL. To the point to where I don't even want to talk about what I really think is going on in the world, because then you would look at me like I'm crazy. But I don't know, y'all see the news and y'all seen there's been a lot of weird stuff going on the news this past year in general. A lot of weird stuff going on. And I think we're only getting started with that weird stuff, everybody. I think they're only tapping into it just now, and I think things are about to get even weirder. I think things are gonna get even weirder, and when that happens, I think everybody's gonna be questioning a lot of things. Because right now, it's you know what I mean, it's all hearsay and rumors and the stat. And do your research if you're really trying to think of what I'm trying to talk about right now. But back to what I'm trying to say, social constructs and stuff, everybody. Why am I talking about all this? I really am just too different for everybody. I don't even belong with my own people of any of the groups. You know, even the main one. Because of X and Y reasons. You know, I just don't think the same. I don't believe the same things. And I truly believe a lot of these people in every single social construct, including the one, the one that I should be resonating with the most, I think a lot of people are being brainwashed by misinformation. And, it's not exactly propaganda. Because propaganda is people pushing agendas that they know they know the ins and outs, so they know the outcome, they know the beginning and the solution, right? This is more so stuff that I don't think humanity has even fully understood. You know what I mean? Like, medical science still is advancing. They're still working on, like, all that stuff with trying to fight cancer, stem cells, all these different types of procedures. this, that, and the third. Thanks for the subscription, by the way. Thank you for my YouTube. Check out the new YouTube, everybody. We got that new Marvel Rivals video. It's a collab. Well, not a collab, a crossover game. Well, check it out. That's where I'm at, everybody. Like, where do I belong? Do I belong hanging out with top players? Because I feel like I'm too weird to hang out with them. When I hang out with low-level players, I just want to be hanging out with top-level players because I just feel like I'm... And this is no offense to my mid and lowers. Like, I just feel like... Not that y'all are bringing me down, but... It brings me down in a sense of, like, I don't like leading the way on certain things. I don't want to be the direct leader. I want to be the assistant manager. You know what I mean? I want to be, you know, the co-captain. You know, back in Spellbreak, I thought, you know, a little random thing, but, you know, when we were with Super Team and the commentators were like, oh, Kyrie Caitlin, team captain, definitely the captain of the comms, probably leading the comms. I was team captain on the sheet. I was co-captain in the comp. Arctic was making all the comms. I was doing the co-comms, and Newbie didn't say a word in the back and hit his shots and occasionally said, they're on me. Friggin' Newbie. And the worst part is that shit worked, yo. Arctic on the main comms, I controlled the middle. Newbie would just let us know when people were on him. We're all fucking good, yo. Good luck beating us. But no, seriously, like, what am I trying to get at all this? That's just like, that's the position I like to be in. I like to be in that nice middle where it's like, and the worst part is, you know, both of my teammates were just as good as me / better. They were both specialists at what they were at, and I was the flex specialist, right? And I love that dynamic between that team. You know, it's kind of why when Spellbreak died and, like, you know, the SGC and all that kind of went down. And, you know, everybody kind of stopped playing. It hit me kind of different because I feel like with those two and just a couple other players in that game, I was able to get something that I wasn't able to get ever. While at the same time, we were just all so different. Like, all three of us, completely different backgrounds, completely different ideologies. Yet we got along so well because of a video game that we all connected with on not even just like a, you know, like a physical or mental level, but almost like a, not even spiritual, but like a collective or something. Like, we were just like this unit that just, we understood. We understood exactly what each other were thinking and would do. And allowed us to kind of just like, and the worst part is we barely ever really talked about the game on a high level. We just kind of played it. We just kind of played it, and we just did our things, occasionally cleaned some stuff up here and there, but I feel like for the most part, we just kind of vibed. Like, I can barely even remember. Like, and it was just kind of a beautiful thing that there was like this like level of respect and just like, you know, I feel like being around each other, we're happy to hang out with each other and kind of dominate, you know, do our thing. And it's just like, that's something I really liked. It's something I miss. Something I never had ever since. You know, I got to play with a lot of top players from X and Y game. You know, I mean, we got to play with, you know, top whatever. You know, My Hero. Couple other games. And My Hero is where I really got to play with a lot of people, right? But even there, I didn't have that connection that I had with my team. I did have connections that were close. They definitely were kind of close. I'd just be like, you know, at the end of the day, like, I wasn't at my true potential in My Hero. Maybe that's why I could never access that layer with other people. You know, I kind of did, but not really. Not like we did with Super Team. And, like, I don't know, I feel like I've just been searching for something that doesn't exist my whole life. My entire life, I'm just searching for something that doesn't exist. And I had it for a moment with Spellbreak, and it all got taken away. And then we've just been lost, trying to figure out how to get it back, or just how to remake it something new. We were close to doing it with My Hero, and then y'all saw what happened with that. Freaking imploded. You know, I visited plenty of other games, but it's just like,
I should be able to find some fun spots.
just don't love them the same, man. I played some Fortnite today. I had fun with Fortnite. I don't think I'll ever love Fortnite like I did with freaking Spellbreak, dude. But I do love, I have love for what they did. I really like Fortnite. That's the reality. I really like Fortnite. I don't love it. I love what they did for gaming. And that's the reality, and that's why my passion isn't there with that game. It's never gonna be there. Where am I getting at with all this? I don't know, dude. That's the competitive world, Females, trans, cis, whatever. Social constructs again, everybody. Social constructs. Now we're getting into over here, right? Females have a horrible, horrible position in competitive gaming realm where we're just getting thirsted by pretty much everybody. Nobody takes it seriously, even when we're actually good at the game. I could tell you right now, when I was #1 in Spellbreak and completely crapping on some people, there were still some people that didn't actually believe I was #1. Or they didn't actually think I was good until I completely shit on them. And, I earned my respect in Spellbreak by completely decimating everybody. But even within that realm, there is some that, still downplayed me. Like, they rooted for the next best guy type of thing, right? They couldn't accept the fact that a trans VTuber, trans female, dominating their game. I'm joking, but it was really because of my voice. Let's be real. The main reason why people didn't like me in Spellbreak is because I sounded like a little squid. I was squid. Wow, 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 wow. I was like freaking. I sounded like freaking all. I sounded horrible. I'm gonna be real, y'all. I don't even know what I was thinking when I did that, but it was my only option. It was literally my only option. Was that I didn't have this tech that I have now in my voice. It didn't exist yet. It existed much later. But that's what I'm saying. It's just like, now like when a top player hangs out with me or whatever, there's all these social construct dynamics going on. It's one person hangs out with me too much, people will get weird. Like their friends will get weird with them. Like, oh, you're hanging out with Kyrie a whole bunch, something going on or something. I'm joking, but like I don't know if that's actually happening. I can just see that happening. But what I do know is actually happening is like, I get treated differently. And for the most part, it's okay. Because there is a social construct, right? Of like, how whatever gender treats whatever gender or whatever, right? But what I'm trying to say here is like, the negative things that happen definitely happen a little more frequently. And I think they would happen all the time if I wasn't really correct. I'm gonna be honest. I think it would happen all the time. If my name was Kyrie Caitlyn, and I was queuing in, and I wasn't, top fragging every single game or whatever, oh yeah, the flames will be in full effect. Because I see it happen to other people all the time. I see it happen to other people literally all the time. Yeah, they get back in the kitchens or whatever the fuck they want to say. Seen it happen. They ain't never say it to me because I'm always going so positive. They can't say nothing to me. They better be talking about how bad they're doing. Remember yesterday we had that one person that tried talking smack to me, and I snapped because like they were busy yelling about the fact that I'm in their lane that they didn't even realize I took the zip and I literally got on top of their laner and was literally on top of them, and if I had follow-up, the guy died. But this guy is literally screaming in voice chat like, bitch, get out of my lane. Like, you can't be here. You're just gonna feed. You ain't ganked shit. Yeah, I ain't ganked shit. You're right. You're sitting here fucking talking and stuff instead of playing the video game, seeing that you have a 2v1 isolation. You're garbage. You're actually fucking bad. Don't ever talk to me again. And don't ever say some sexist bullshit and then start talking about LGBT later on and start fucking acting like you're something. Like, you're clearly a prejudiced motherfucker that's fucking hard stuck. And you're hard stuck because you think like that. And you will never be good. Ever. Until that ever changes. Like, they will never be good. And I didn't say any of this now. I just said they were bad or something. And I just told them, like, everyone play off me and pay attention to pings and stuff. And then we didn't. We almost came back, even when I was playing like dog shit. I was the only person positive on my team. Everybody else was significantly negative. It was really crazy. I had the most kills and the least deaths. But in the beginning of that game, that guy tried to blame me, and that guy ended up being like second lowest frag. What am I getting at all this? That was yesterday, right? That was yesterday. We don't have a really good spot because of the social construct, and it can randomly affect things. And that's my whole main point. And I shouldn't care about it, but I do, because this stuff is affecting my activities. It's affecting my activities, and I don't want it to, right? That's why I've been literally thinking about changing my gamer tag, everybody. I've been really thinking about getting rid of Kyrie Caitlyn. And I already think I know what the gamer tag is. I don't want to say it just in case, like, some troll in here takes the tag from me, because that would be really fucked. But I have a tag that I came up with that I think would be kind of good. And it would still have my name kind of in it. At least my initials. But the worst part is, everybody, I already know I can't do that. I know I can't do that. Why can't I do that? Content creator. I'm a content creator. I chose this. I chose my name as my gamer tag because at the time of choosing my gamer tag to be my name, and I kind of stand by it still, gaming is my life. I don't need a gamer tag because a gamer tag is somebody that wants to have an alias because they don't want gaming to intertwine with their life because they have a real life. Well, my real life is all about my games. It's always been that way. I worked in freaking esports. I did a bunch of underground gaming. Yeah, I worked with like Microsoft and stuff to do tournaments and stuff. Like, I did a whole bunch. I did a whole bunch of stuff. My whole life's been gaming, so I was like, you know what? And honestly, the main reason was because I thought I would be a tournament organizer still. And most tournament organizers are usually, it's better to be known by your name instead of your gamer tag, because if you decide to get into other types of production and event hosting, it's just good to be going by your legal name or like your actual name or whatever. So that way, like, when you transition over, like, there's a smooth transition. Like, you know, everybody still knows you. So I thought that would be my avenues. I would be like this gaming host person that would eventually get into other production things. But like I said, everybody, that's changed. I wish I could get into that stuff. You know, I don't like talking to people. Why don't I like talking to people IRL? Because I hate my voice. I hate my voice. I was talking with somebody yesterday, the other thing, and they believe that, you know, you can be voice trained and it can, and I don't want to burst their bubble, but it's factually incorrect. There's limitations on some people. Not everybody's built the same. And some people have harder limits than others. And I just know my voice does have a limit. My voice has a limit. My voice is damaged. I feel like my diaphragm and my throat is damaged from smoking for 9 years. You know what I mean? There's a lot of factors. I've always, ever since I was a kid, was made fun of for having a nasally, nerdy voice. My mom had hardcore asthma and sinus issues. My brother has hardcore sinus and asthma. And I truly believe I just have the hardcore sinuses, not the asthma, but I definitely have hardcore sinuses. Like, I'm just straight up phlegmed up all the time. You know, and I've tried various, you know, voice training strategies over the first couple of years of my transition and saw essentially no results. You know, definitely some results. There was definitely some results. But at the end of the day, my voice can't hit that octave. And if I do access that octave, it hurts. And it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel natural. I can't express myself because I'm so focused on trying to hold an octave that my voice isn't actually able to tune into. And then it has to do with stuff within your vocal cords. I forget the exact medical term, but basically your vocal cords are kind of like a piano string. Think of it that way. And some of your cords are only able to expand so far based on that, if that makes any sense. Think of it like a piano string. They can only, a piano string is tuned to a certain length, but, it can always be tightened and loosened to kind of change that tone, but that tone is always going to be based on that length of that piano chord. And I'm telling y'all that my piano chord is covered with a bunch of phlegm and stuff, and it's scuffed, and I can't access the high area. I'm stuck here. And has to do with my voice box being I think damaged, if you want me to be honest. But not really, but you get what I'm trying to say here? Like, long story short is like, yeah, the whole reason why I started streaming and everything was to make enough money so I can get voice surgery, and that's something I let my spell break people know. Now I feel like y'all heard me talk about it the most. I almost never talk about it anymore because I have RVC voice now, and I almost don't even need it. Because I can just do this for the rest of my life on the internet and be perfect. Like, I'm perfectly content with sounding like this on the internet for the rest of my life. Because this is how I sound in my head. The voice that you're hearing right now, yeah, it's a modified Yang, but that's how I sound in my head. That's always been how I sounded in my head before I ever even heard Yang. That's what I heard in my head for what I wanted my voice to sound like, was that type of tone. And that specific type of voice. It's actually extremely close to what I pictured my voice to sound like. That's why I chose this voice. And the worst part is, if I ever went to vocal surgery or whatever, it's not a very it's not a successful field. It's just like, there has been very successful voice surgeries, and there's been some where the person ends up sounding like Mickey Mouse for the rest of their life. And that's a scary thing to think about, but it was a risk that I'm willing to take. The reality is, I don't have enough money to ever do that. It's like a $20,000 surgery or something. It's extremely expensive. And if I wanted to get a good one, I would have to be rich. And that's never gonna happen unless I made it on Twitch, and that's never gonna happen because even if I made it on Twitch, I feel like you don't make enough to actually do that anymore. Like back in the Fortnite Booga days, maybe I could have made that much. Joking, but like, get what I'm saying? Like, the reality is, it was a flawed pipe dream from the get-go. I was never gonna be able to make that much money and get that far, not unless I became like Iron Mouse 2 or something. I'm joking, but like, you get what I'm trying to say here? It's just like, I have a lot of stuff holding me back, everybody. I have a lot of stuff holding me back. I love how I'm like still rambling to y'all. Still rambling to y'all about all this. We got an ad, so I'm chilling just for a second. Yeah. Have I really been live for 3 hours in training mode talking? That's how you know I'm stressed out. That's not good. I've been sitting here talking now for 3 hours in training mode. That's wild. That's actually wild. This is good though. Like I said, everybody, I like to do training mode to get my mechanics up, so that way I don't mess up certain things when I'm playing. Because y'all know I like to play instinctively, so that way I can focus purely on my decision making. And if I'm sitting there thinking about the buttons, I can't think about my decision making because, I don't know, am I autistic or something? Like I can't think properly. I'm dumb. I'm partially dumb when it comes to stuff. Like I don't know what that. And no shots of autism. I'm saying that I might actually be partially autistic or something. I have something going on in my brain. I don't know what it is. That's why I'm saying that. I have some type of AD. It's not ADD. I definitely have ADD, but I have some ridiculous level of ADD where I have trouble comprehending basic social things sometimes because I'm too distracted by something else. So in this instance, it's playing a video game in high elo because I'm way too distracted trying to learn something else. So instead, I play like a bot while I'm trying to learn this one technique or something, which y'all see me do all the fucking time because I don't know, I'm an idiot, but it's how I learn. Because then once I get it down, all the top elo stuff comes back, and then I'm just doing broken stuff the whole time. You know? Jeez, that is terrible. My flicks are terrible right now. Yeah, we gotta work on stuff here. Like, I shouldn't be missing any of that. No, I'm starting to get a feel for it. So when am I getting at all this? I'm really messed up, everybody. Mentally, physically, emotionally, everything. I don't know if I'll ever be better. I'm gonna be real, y'all. I don't know if I'll ever be better. That's why I'm kind of talking about this stream. Because we're kind of doing worse. And the health stuff's really affecting me. Like, I still don't know what the heck happened today when I was playing Call of Duty. I felt like I ran a marathon. It felt like I was so exhausted. I played like one game. Going into my first game, I felt a little off. I took 2 vitamins before I started playing Call of Duty, by the way. That's when I remember I said I need to get up really quick. I went and took 2 vitamins. Sat down, I still felt like I had no energy. I still felt like I'm drained, and I just ate food and everything. Like, I should have been good to go. Remember cycling when, like, I would be low on energy and then I would just eat food and suddenly I'm all back to 100? That doesn't happen anymore, cycling. Now I eat food and I'm exhausted. I feel like all my energy got drained out of me and I need to freaking lay down. Luffy syndrome, that's right, you called it Luffy syndrome. Because I would go get it would have to be meat. It had to be a meat product. If I ate anything else, I would be really tired. But if I ate something that was like some cooked hot food or some type of meat, I would get all my energy back and I'd be good to go. And that doesn't happen anymore. Now, I just get really freaking tired and feel like I can't do anything. And it's really, really rough. Well, that's cool. And, it's weird, even at 280 frames, I can see like a frame skip on the model. I wonder if it's a game engine thing? Do character models render at the frames per second of the game? In this game? Why do I feel like they render at a lower frame rate? Y'all see this? I'm bugging. Anyways. Because you know how some games they render at a slower frame rate? Like, I guess the most recent example is like, Marvel Rivals, I feel like, has that. I can't tell, though. But I'm trying to think of, like, an actual game, though. I know Marvel Rivals, like, their frame rates sometimes during the beta was a little lower. I know they made the animation smoother, I know, from alpha to beta. I'm trying to think of another game where the frame rates, like, on the characters are a little lower. Oh, yeah, anyways, I'm off topic. Y'all see what's going on, right? I'm on my island, everybody. I'm on my island again. Y'all are seeing it happen. You know, before Ultra Rumble, I had a slump like this, but it was way different. I didn't have all this mental... I didn't have all the physical stuff happening. I more so just had a lot of depression issues with just dealing with the fact that Spellbreak died. And, now, like, I'm not even really depressed about Spellbreak dying, right? That's in the past. Now I'm just depressed about gaming and the state of gaming, which, if it wasn't because of the state of gaming, I don't think Spellbreak would be dead. So it's like, it's an on-topic, off-topic type of thing where what bothers me right now hasn't really changed, but it has. It's just the subject has grown to the grand scheme of gaming versus just a game that I love. Because I love gaming as a whole, right? Now it's just affected the whole thing for me. So it's like, I was telling somebody about it earlier. Gaming right now is dictated by social trends and then corporations. And it's in that order. I truly believe it's in that order. It's not the developers that make the game, it's the community that plays it, everybody. That's just the reality of it. These developers, yeah, they be pumping money into it so they can be the monopoly. But at the end of the day, the only reason why they are the monopoly is because of a social trend that put them in a position for a community to form and like and enjoy and share the game with others, expanding their community. And thus, you have AAA titles. And what makes it kind of like rough right now is there's too many games out. There's so many games. There's so many different games. But people just play the titan of whatever the genre is, or the titans, rather. Sometimes there's multiple, like Valorant, CS, for example, out of the tech shooters. You know what I mean? Overwatch to Marvel Rivals, am I right, everybody? You get what I'm trying to say here? Like, it's a good thing because you want to have these games that have, like, a large community that people can be part of. So that's what everybody wants at the end of the day. It's just annoying from my point of view because I feel like there's a lot of new games that have better potential or are just flat out better than some of their AAA counterparts that, you know, fly under the radar. Like, and we've seen it happen time and time again. I'm praying it doesn't happen to Marvel Rivals. I really want Rivals to be something that rivals the hero shooter genre. You know what I mean? Because it has the potential to do so, and we really just gotta wait and see and hope it does. But even outside of Rivals, let's talk about just all the small games I've played, you know? Like, there are these small games that they just don't make it. They just don't make it, everybody. And, you know, sometimes it's the developer and the launch, but, you know, one thing people really gotta realize is a lot of these AAA games that are right now in the market did not really have the prettiest launch. Like, Fortnite didn't even technically launch. It was the early access and then blew up because of a trend. And then became for everybody. Yeah, it's Epic Games. It's a good game. And it's evolved to being one of the best games of all time. You know, because it's not even really Fortnite anymore. It has all these mini games, all this extra stuff in it. It's really evolved. It's its own thing. That's beautiful. But what I don't like is how, you know, I feel like the reasoning behind some, you know, people gravitating to a game like that is just because it is popular. You know what I mean? And that's with a lot of the games nowadays. People are just playing them because it's popular. You know, and it has to do with the social trending thing, and then the social trending thing. Now, we can talk about content creators because that's what's really going on right now. It's just like, realistically, the content creators kind of dictate how the community's gonna, you know, reciprocate some of these games. You know, they're gonna see the feedback from the creator and resonate with it, right? And when creators have a bad time with X and Y, suddenly everybody else is. Am I right? Have you noticed that? But, like, you know, sometimes it just takes somebody with a lot of power to make an influential claim or statement. And, you know, social trends and influence really be a thing. And that's why you see some characters in some games get hard nerfed just because, you know, a couple creators are complaining about it, even though the comp players aren't. The comp players aren't. I'm joking, but have you ever seen that where characters are getting nerfed because the casual creators are all complaining about something, but none of the pros think it's broken? That's to mitigate social trend and detrending. Because, you know, when negative things like that happen, they detrend, they lose people. So they immediately want to appeal to these people by fixing said issue, thus balancing, not truly for balance, but for social balance. Does that make sense, everybody? Now, what am I getting at all this? Filter trends literally dictate everything right now, everybody. Every launch of every game is determined by, you know, how many streamers and players are playing it and what they think and feel about it. And then how that ripples through the community to form consensuses. And then from those consensuses, things shift in the community, either positively or negatively. And that's kind of where we're at with the games right now, everybody. It's just like, if you want to make it as a gamer and a creator, you're kind of forced down this path that's kind of being driven by packs. And these packs are led by the premier creators. And it's almost like a council in a sense, a hidden council where, you know, these creators, they're not actually congregating and meeting, but it's more so like they're all leaders of their own, you know, not, I don't want to say country or faction, but like, you get what I'm saying? They're their own realm, I'll say that. And within that realm, they have influence on each other and the community. And in doing so, kind of dictates the pacing for what the developers are going to do and everything. It all comes back to the creators. Yeah, the developers need to deliver, and the developers need to do a good job. I'm never full blaming the developers ever again in any video game, everybody. Yeah, the developers screwed up with this and that. Like, here's a dumb example. Ultra Rumble's balancing is garbage. Gacha system's garbage. Like, it's talking about it over and over again, and then instead of doing something like, I'll bring up like Halo. Halo Infinite, the Mauler came out. This is a random example. I could think of a bunch of examples, just the first thing that popped in mind though. Halo Infinite, there was a Mauler, or whatever, I forget what it was called. Something shot. It was in Halo Infinite. It was pretty much a Mauler. I forget the name of it. I actually forget the name of the weapon. But it was really, really strong, like broken strong. And it was on the map, and they couldn't get rid of it because Halo Infinite didn't have Forge yet, and the settings and stuff, they couldn't get rid of this weapon. And it was stuck in competitive. So what did they do? They just made a clause, hey, let's not pick up the really broken item and fight without it. And the pros all did that. Yeah, it was for a tournament within a tournament setting. But I'm just talking about the ideology of, you know, players kind of gentlemaning in a sense, you know, having like this consensual agreement to play the game in a more healthy manner for the sake of, you know, the community, the competitive integrity, you know, casual, competitive, whatever it may be, just to have a better way of playing the game, a more skillful and fulfilling way. People aren't like that anymore in most games. They want to abuse the most broken thing available and abuse it until it gets nerfed. And they will talk about it as if their skill isn't relevant. It's actually crazy. Some of these people, they be playing a super top tier character and they be like super high ranked, and their conversations are never about the game state and their decision making and like, you know, their fundamentals, their positioning, their decisions. I said it that twice, but like, you know what I'm saying? No, they're talking about how broken X and Y ability is, and all you need to do is this and that, and you can make the game easier for yourself. And basically, it's not cheating, but you're letting the game play itself. You're not actually playing the game. You're not displaying any skill. You're just displaying what's wrong with the game and what's wrong with a certain area. And honestly, making up for your skill with abusing something that eventually will be toned down. You know what I mean? This is just a random example, but this is just like, you see it in a lot of games where people just, you know, pick the generally most overpowered thing and stick to that and feel like that's the reason why they're good, or make it so it's one or the other, right? Sometimes they act like that's not the reason why they're good, which is even worse. It's like, dude, that is the reason why you're good. Like, now let me see you on another character. But that's not always the case. I have to say that because there are people that are one character specialists that just really understand their character to a deep level, to where even when that stuff is nerfed, they're still on it. But what I'm trying to say here is, I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about the people that super abuse things that are clearly not supposed to be intended in the game. And it can get really dicey because sometimes they'll consider it tech because there's like some type of cancel or this, that, and sometimes it is kind of cool. And sometimes it is kind of skillful to do the tech. Doesn't mean it's broken. That's like saying double shot in Halo isn't busted. Double shot in Halo is super broken. In Halo 2, super broken. Thing is, no one complained about it because it took a lot of skill to execute. And, you know, there was like an expression involved. It wasn't free. So, like, certain things like that, where there's like an expression involved and a skill barrier in order to execute said OP thing, that's okay. But when it's something where it's like a one button and you pretty much die, that's the stuff everyone complains about. That's the stuff that some of these quote-unquote top players be abusing until it gets nerfed, and they look for the next most broken thing immediately afterwards because they, you know what I mean? They're taking the wrong kind of shortcuts. That's all I gotta say about that. I like taking shortcuts to be good at a game. I don't like taking shortcuts like that. But yeah, I like playing my high meta top tier character. Sometimes I'd be picking something hidden meta that ends up being top tier later on, right? I'm very good at doing that. I don't know if y'all noticed that. I'll be picking something before nobody picks it. Next thing you know, like 2 seasons later, it's like S tier. Like, what do you mean now all y'all are saying this is S tier? Come on! Y'all were telling me I was B tier before when I was beating all y'all. Oh, now it's because my character's broken? Are you sure? Or maybe I was broken with the character the whole freaking time. And the character's just good. I'm joking, but like, you get what I'm saying, everybody? Like, there's a lot of layers to these video games. But what I'm trying to get at is a lot of video games, people don't want to like make the game harder for themselves to become a better player. They want to make the game easier for themselves so they can be the quote-unquote best player. And it's a dynamic where I do recommend that you should always, you know, you can have this play style and be that better player I was talking about, but you have to be thinking about the whole game instead of what makes your character so broken. That's why, like, when people one-trick and stuff, and, like, it's hard to explain, but, like, there are creators that I've met that they're a one-trick and they just talk about their character as if they are their character, and it's like, damn, yo, your perception is just so skewed. Like, you have absolutely no idea that that's just a hard counter for your character, and that normally doesn't work against 90% of the cast. But you know what I mean? Like, there's just, like, all these different points of view, which is why I like being a flex type. And I like to pick almost every character that I can get good with as possible. Even though I always end up resonating and dialing in on a couple, like a nice handful, I always try to keep my mind open for what every single thing can do, because I truly believe, like, anything can happen, anything can change, especially with balance patches nowadays. But what I'm trying to get at is, yeah, it's social trends, everybody. Social trends dictate things, and people are going about it all wrong. They all want to be big streamers. They want to be the best player by, like, doing this and that, using the strongest thing available. I don't even remember why I started talking about this. This is like off topic, but on topic. Why did I start talking about this? Because gaming's in a weird spot right now, everybody. Like, people are kind of playing things for the wrong reasons. Myself included sometimes, I feel like. And it's because of this social dynamic of, you know, the content creator world being forced into these avenues where you have to make a choice. You know, a lot of people don't want to be limited by what they're playing. That's me right now. You know, I don't want to just sit and play one game and dedicate to one game anymore. Never, you know, like, we're locked in on Marvel Rivals. I'm Marvel Rivals creator, right, everybody? But I'm not 100% fully dedicated, I'm gonna be like 90. You know what I mean? It's gonna be a little different this time. Not even 90. It might be a little less than that, but definitely more than 50 to 60. I'll tell you that much. But like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, I'm making sure when I go into Rivals that I am there because y'all want to hang out with me and like what I'm bringing to the table as like a third-person shooter, like expert, I guess, right? Like, and just like, you know, my background and attempt to find people that resonate with me, but that will never happen. So that's the worst part. It's like I had this whole talk about the social construct thing, and it's ruined my mentality on how to approach and connect with people, because ever since I realized that I actually can't because I'm too different, I don't know how to connect with people anymore. So now I'm just gonna be myself, have these light connections with everybody, because I do have these faint connections, right? But I will never. I don't think I'll ever have that direct. Like we really think alike. We really click, and we have a lot of different, you know, a lot of similar ideologies on stuff. From IRL to gaming. Like I'm never. It's, you know what I mean, I've talked to so many gamers of various skill levels from the bottom to top, and it's just the consensus of it all, yo. I'm just literally built different, everybody. And it's a good and a bad thing. But ultimately,
Finding higher ground.
I can do that from above? I didn't know I can do that. Yo, hold on. I just learned something. Look at this. See this? That's why I'm in training the lab, learning all sorts of little neat stuff. But what was I gonna say, everybody? Very long ramble here. Appreciate y'all listening to me. It's honestly kind of helping me out a bit tonight, because I almost skipped doing a second stream, and we're not even really like playing. It's just really just chatting as I sit and mindlessly kill this bot, right?
Time to move.
I want to see something. Ramble streams are chill? Yeah.
Get the drop on them.
Alright, hold on. I think I can do a little nifty tech with that. Watch this. Let's see something. I don't know when I'll ever actually have to do this, but this might be useful. I'm gonna try something really quick, everybody. Watch this. I'm gonna do this and then do a little... Oh, you know what? Let's try to be a little fancy with it.
Taking flight.
Okay. So. Okay, now let me... Alright, I have a new idea now. I can't do it from ground level. It has to be from off the... Alright, watch this. I feel like I have way more to talk about, and I feel like I didn't even finish my last 2 points because I got distracted explaining something else.
They're not catching me.
That's cool. So you can do the cancel without even ever touching the thing, and you can do it from above. I don't know what the point of that would ever be. I guess, desperately dodge something. Because you gotta be careful when doing this. If you get shot out of this... Huh, that's weird. Hold on. I'm trying to see if I can do it to, like, skirt over to that zip line on some, like, weird stuff. It doesn't seem that useful, though. It still seems like I could be punished. It'd probably be really only nifty in, like, a corner. In, like, a corner scenario.
Place to snipe.
Oh, I'm messing it up. So, I want to go crouch, space crouch. That's what I want to do when I'm in the air. Okay, so let's try to... Or actually, no. I want to do space. Because flight... If I hit... Space again, it cancels flight. So I'm going to go space crouch, right? Because... Hold on. Space... No, it would be space crouch. Oh, okay, so... Get on here. Jump, boom.
One hides for me.
See seems kind of useless. Okay. I was trying to see if there was like a momentum tech with it, but it seems like it brings you down at a downward angle and you slow down. So you don't actually get the thing that I thought you would get. But I want to try one last thing. Because I'm doing a spacebar cancel out of it.
I rise.
Yeah, I don't think I can get that. But, alright, anyways. There's probably something that I can do there. I don't have any friends in Billio. I moved out here. I started making friends out here. And all I really gotta say is a lot of them ended up being fake. And like it's like kind of unfortunate. Like I was making some friends within like the gaming scene. Then like to keep it very simple, something really weird and screwed up happened. And because of that weird incident, and it has nothing to do with me. It's actually an incident that had to do with somebody else. I don't want to get too personal and too into it. But some weird stuff happened. That's all I really got to say. And because of that weird stuff, and because of me kind of putting it on, me kind of doing something about it, honestly. I did something about it after the fact. It caused me to lose some friends. And I thought it was really lame because like they were some of the only people I was really trying to be friends with. And there was a lot of people that were trying to be friends with me, but I just kind of wanted to be with friends that I think would have been, good for me, especially during my time and my transition and stuff. And, yeah, that sucks to think about. Like, I feel like I lost a lot of people there with that. I said, not really, because I really wasn't that close with them. They were all just people I was trying to get to know. And, oh, we got an ad break. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. Alright, welcome back, everybody. I'm here. I've been listening to a lot of old music lately. Even Al brought it up. He's been listening to a lot of old music. I don't know why, but I've been listening to a lot of old music. It just reminds me of, like, how I used to think. And the things that I thought about back then. And just, like, how things used to be before I got, what am I, gamer woke? What am I, everybody out? Definitely some form of woke, I guess, right? Whatever they want to say. I guess that's the term, right? But the reality is, like, I am that. Like, I can't unsee or unexperience the things that I've experienced. And I've seen it across the spectrum that would be argued hard to believe, got to interact with so many different types of people, everybody. From the highest of the echelon to the lowest of the low. Nothing really surprises me anymore. Don't really get starstruck. I don't really get it. I don't really feel anything like I used to. Yeah, I'm like, I don't get really excited about a lot of stuff. I want that to change, everybody. I really want that to change. Like, in a way, I miss being, like, quote-unquote, like, normal in a sense of just, like, not understanding this stuff and having, I guess, that cheap mentality, I guess, you know, believing what's going on the internet, on the mainstream, like, all the mainstream, you know, point of views without really looking too much into things. Instead, I'm here nerding out on every detail, on every possible way. Wake up.
I'll find a place
I'm
to
here. How's it going, Mir? Nice to see you. I know you're going through it. God bless you with that multiverses, yo. I know what that's like. I'll be in your chat. When you... I have to say, I'll be in your chat mostly when you're not on multiverses. I don't know if you noticed that. When there's a lot of multiverses going on, I let you be in your realm and, deal with the community, you know? Do your thing. 'Cause I know what it's like. When you're on the other games, I'll be popping by like, yo! Because I know what it's like when you switch off the main game, yo. I do also... yeah, they be going crazy. They love you over there. That's what happened, and that's how they know you. And, like, right now, I already know you're going through, you know, you're going through stuff. You're doing a good job, though, I will admit. You're doing a much better job than I would be doing. So, I commend you. Yeah, I didn't sit here talk about life stuff, Mir, because I'm all screwed up mentally. I had like the worst last 3 weeks of my life. I had to go to hospital at one point because I had like I keep calling it a fake heat stroke. Because I had like an allergic reaction according to the doctors or whatever, but long story short, I like blacked out, hit the floor, and like almost died type of thing. Like struggled to stay conscious. Was like my clothes were covered in sweat. It's a long story. Yeah, I went to the hospital. They said I'm good. Then more stuff happened. I had to go to the hospital a couple times, everybody, because I actually don't want to talk about all of it. But the second time I went to the hospital, I got robbed. Yeah, so a lot of bad stuff happened to me, yo. A lot of bad stuff. I've just been trying to power through it, the streams and stuff. I'm like doing okay. I tried to do a day stream today, Mir. So here's my main problem. I have like this health issue that's like, I wake up during the day and I feel really sick for, I want to say roughly 2 to 4 hours, sometimes 5, like stomach issues. And then right after I'm done dealing with that, I'm starving. And then after I eat, I'm exhausted. And then I can't do anything, you know. And then I feel better around 9 p.m. Eastern. I wake up around, 1, 2 o'clock, everybody. And by 9 p.m. Eastern or so, like 8, that's when I start to feel okay enough to, like, actually go do stuff. It's really tough. Yeah, it's been getting worse, honestly, Mir. It's been happening to me for a while, and I'd gone to the doctors and stuff. I changed up my diet. They told me I was, like, lactose partially, and that might be part of the reason why I'm acting this way. But I cut pretty much all the dairy out. I almost never have dairy. Occasionally I have, like, a yogurt or like, maybe, like, 1 slice of cheese on a cheeseburger. But for real, I cut out all the dairy. And yeah, I've been dealing with that. And now I have this new thing going on here where like I'm getting this crazy headache. And it's really hard to explain. It's been happening to me the last couple days. And I just hope I'm all good. I'm gonna be real with you. I went to the doctors, I got a brain scan done, I got everything done. They told me I'm fine. But I don't feel fine at all. So I'm about to go back to my primary. I might even like call them up Monday or something, set up a new appointment. It's like I want to be able to be strong and be here for y'all. I'm like crippled mentally, and then I got all these physical issues. It's fucking bad, everybody. What up, yo? Why is this game confusing after the first 5 minutes? Yo, just play bot games. Just play bot games. If that's happening to you, play bot games. Here, I'll play a bot game right now. I'll show you what. Let's play a bot game real quick, everybody. I'm not playing a people game, even though I probably could and go crazy. I mean, we went crazy on Wraith yesterday. Look at this Wraith game, yo. I went 18-2, yo. I went nuts. I was going nuts, yo. I was going nuts. Me and this dude, we were going crazy. Look at the rest of my team. 1-14, 10-8, 2-12. We won this game, yo. We won this game. And there was a game where I was 1-3, and then I finished 25-5, yo. That game was funny. That game was funny. Yeah, honestly, do a couple bot games before you go in. Like, just like Mirror said, that's kind of what I did too. I did a couple bot games, got a feel for things, and then I went in. And honestly, I still be doing bot games here and there. Like, I'm gonna do one right now because I actually just don't feel like playing against people, and I don't feel like focusing on nothing. I'm just gonna push some lanes and talk to you. Yeah, shoving lanes over and over again. I've never played a mobile for this, and shoving lanes just as much farm is doing the camps. Yeah, honestly, I don't understand any of that stuff at all. I'm actually usually always in lane because I don't understand the jungle too well in this game, and I feel like this is just a me thing with any shooter. It takes me a little bit to learn the map, and I'm lost, and whenever I go in the jungle, I get lost. But on top of that, I'm usually carrying. I'm usually like kind of like the only person positive. I'm joking, but like I'm usually doing pretty decent, and I feel like I have to play like scared in a sense where like if I go in the jungle, their carry knows where I'm at, and they're better at MOBA stuff than me, so they'll gank me and kill me while I'm farming the freaking camps. So I like try not to farm camps as much when I'm like 10-2 or whatever. I'll just stay in the lanes and just try to make sure I'm like putting pressure on the team. But if you're behind everybody, yeah. And you're ahead. It's always good to go for the jungle farm, everybody. You never know where you're at, and you don't know how to go back to base. I just show you a couple of things. Here, let's play the game for a little bit, everybody. I've been talking about IRL. If you really want to hear my backstory and some random... Honestly, it's a lot of negative stuff. I'm gonna be real. You can go back in the VOD. I honestly talked about a couple things in this stream that I never talked about before. Some insight for why, like, you know, I am the way I am, everybody. I try to be really positive. The clouds, the darkness be consuming me. You know how it be, yo. Alright, so early game, shove your minions. Ignore the team. See those guys? I'm ignoring them. Just shove the minions. Steal their minions if you can. Shove the minions. And you want to make sure you have the minion control, you push them back. You want them back in their spawn. See my minions? They force this person to come back. And then you can apply more pressure if you want. The jungle camps don't spawn in the beginning. They don't spawn till the 2-minute mark. See, we're at the 1-minute mark right now. So the jungle camps that would normally be like over there, and like, I actually don't remember where they spawn. I'm pretty sure it spawns right here. The jungle camp spawns right here. Yeah, because this is an empty room. At the 2-minute mark, you do that. Right now, you just want to be sitting in your lane and just keeping pressure on them and keeping pressure on the minions. A good thing to do, too, I'll try to show you and give you a good example of it. But I really can't right now. But you can just also wait for the minions to turn red, then shoot them. And you can just sit and focus on applying pressure on them. But pay attention to how they're pressuring your minions. See how they have 2 minions left over? This is from not attacking minions enough. So there's like a balance of trying to keep the minions equal / in your favor while putting pressure on them while also stealing their minions and like their stuff. Oh, let's kill this guy really quick.
They're down.
Where's the enemy?
Not today.
Oh, whoa. Oh, well. Oh, well. Oh, well. I messed it up. I didn't know that I can do that. All right, anyways, everybody. I didn't know I can block my TP with the statue. Just learned that. So, yeah, right here, this is how you go back. See these purple lanes? Always keep an eye out for these purple lanes. You can also look at the map in the bottom right so you can see those big lines. Those lines in the bottom, they're going to show you what you control, and it's based on the minions. So, you spacebar to go up. It takes 2 seconds out of combat to be able to use this. Keep that in mind too. So if you're getting shot at and stuff, you want to break line of sight and really try to get away from them before going on it. And also keep in mind if they can shoot you off of it and you get stunned. So you want to be careful when using those zip lines and really be cheeky, get around the corner, use your boosts or whatever if you're taking fire. But anyways, so yeah, you can go back, you can buy right there. And I can show you other spots where you can buy. Pretty much you can buy wherever where your guardians are. See these guardians? So that's I forget what those are called. Walkers. This is the guardians, right? Your first tower. Your guardian's always gonna have a shop next to it. For this location, it's right here. Alright, so we're in lane. Just push the minions, pressure the minions. I could be getting the last hits and stuff, being a little scrubby, but you know, you see a dude overextended with your minions, shoot at him. Shoot at him. This guy is not supposed to be here. Okay, now he's back in his spot. Now you want to shoot at their minions again. Shoot at their minions. Steal this guy's thing. Get that. I'm ignoring him while putting pressure on this. Honestly, wait for that to be red. Hit that. See my teammates go in. Follow up with the teammate. There's always got a nice example. I ignored this minion only because I saw my teammate was pressuring him. That's like a specific scenario, right? And you should always buy. Do I build recommendations? I'm not the pro for that. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know a single thing about the itemization in this game. What I've been doing is going through the browse builds, finding whoever like is rank 1 or one of the most popular, and I've just been going with that. And honestly, you can't really go wrong with that if you're a beginner. Because all that stuff, that's the nitty-gritty stuff that's gonna matter at the top elo or the higher elo where the matchups and stuff become a lot more dynamic. But in a low elo lobby or just like you're learning the game or beginning, don't buy everything that's recommended. Don't do the regular recommended. Go right here, browse builds. See this? Click here, click public. Favorite a couple of these and try them out. I'm not gonna lie, I just been trying out the top one and not giving a single crap. I'm gonna be real with you, and that's not the way to do it. I do not recommend doing that. But I'm a very ignorant gamer that literally plays off of game state and fundies and then figures out all the broken nitty-gritty stuff later, because that's, like I said, that's like the example with, like, remember before, the person that only plays the OP thing because it's OP and only focuses on that stuff instead of learning the game? Yeah, don't be that person. You can play something OP, but make sure you're playing the game fundamentally correct. So, what's fundamentals in this game? Farming, getting your minions, and getting strong. How you get strong, that's gonna come down to preference and just knowing the game and knowing what makes your character strong, what your character's strong against. Because sometimes you do have to build to counter your enemies, right? And that's something you want to think about more, usually in the mid to late game. You can build to counter somebody early sometimes, especially if it's a really bad matchup. But it's usually good to get your core build, whatever that is, and then start building the counter. Like, there's certain items in this game, like I think it's like toxic bullets or something, that's like really good against lifesteal or something like that. I actually really don't freaking know. I'm gonna be real with you. So, yeah, itemization is definitely an important factor. I'll learn more about it as we go on and be able to give you better tips here. But right here, we're showing you the basics. So yeah, we're pushing. Look, I have 2,000 something souls. I actually should have went back already into my base, but instead I'm doing something a little greedy right now just to kind of show you if they're not pressuring or counter pressuring when they push right here, take advantage of it. I messed up that last hit, but like, you know, you can really just kind of pressure, you know, get them off the minions. Oh, that's a 7 ult. Even with a bot, that thing's dangerous, yo. Careful. Careful, that's 7's ult. No matter what, run. If you ever see that move, run. I don't care how bad they are. Run away. Just run away, unless they're really low and you think you can take them. But right there, I was half health. I know I would have died if I challenged it. So, like, that's just knowing your character, knowing the game things. This is a flying character. If they're ever flying, like, in your area, you know, you can just kill them. Don't let people fly up in your turret. That's something kind of basic. But yeah, push the minions here, right? I'm pushing the minions. They pushed us back. So, see this person? He's kind of overextended, but I'm baiting him because I'm low, right? Cancel my reload, though. That's interesting. When you're low like this, you usually do want to go full back. I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to use my boost. In a real match right here, it'd be good to boost just so you can make sure you get back to lane in time because your teammates by themselves and the other player is going to be coming. Buy all your stuff. Like I said, just purchase get the best build at the top and just freaking just kind of wing it for now. Read what the items do. Try to get a feel for what the build's supposed to do, so maybe you can get your own idea on how you want to build the character later on. And you can always make your own builds. I say, see, he's going in, so I'm going in. Get this going. I got stunned because my spacing was really bad. But yeah, you get what I'm saying there.
Took out another one.
And now you take out all the minions. Now, see all these minions here? This is all free. And you typically, if you killed your laner, you want to push the turret. If you killed the laner, you want to push the turret. There are some scenarios where you want to go back and farm here, maybe farm the jungle and stuff. But generally speaking, you want to push this turret right here. You know, all the other people over there. You're over here. This is all free. This is all free. You can maybe even take out the turret right now. It's actually kind of close. Yeah, look, I was able to kill it. That's just because I had enough damage and stuff. Usually you can't, it'll get really low, or they'll make it back in time. But if they're slow and stuff, you can get it done, yeah. So right here, this person's unsafe. See this is unsafe. And if they're past your minions and you have a health feed, just friggin' believe in yourself and start crapping on them, because they shouldn't. This little beat boop right here shouldn't even be here. Shouldn't even be here. There's a million minions. No one's ever gonna do that. And if someone is doing that, don't be scared. Kill them unless they're really, really, really fed. You know what I mean? But if you have the lead, you're good to go. If they're really fed, just kite them and don't, kind of play possum with them. Let the minions chip them down and extend the fight for a bit. All right, so after you kill a person like that, you don't want to push this next walker. This is gonna be bot game stuff. That guy's still pushing because it's a bot game. But realistically, as soon as you take that tech turret, you want to take like their jungle or something. Here's a good example. Take out their jungle, counter jungle. I think you can leave one and actually counter jungle. I don't know if that's really a thing. MOBA people would know the answer to that. But anyways, yeah, you farm the jungle over here. This camp got taken. You can rotate her. I have 5,000, right? So in this situation, honestly, after I finish that, see, this is where I'm not good at MOBAs. I'm not good at MOBAs. So outside of laning phase, this is where I have a lot of problems. Because I don't know all the order of operations of what I should be doing. And then I just end up killing everything because my mechanics are really crap. That's how I've been playing the game. That's not good. Eventually, I will have like a game plan where, okay, I did this, did that, go to this next thing, most optimal thing. I don't know what's most optimal. So right here, they're pushing. I'm going to hold the turret because that's what we're going to do in this scenario here. Because we lollygagged a bit. But it's just generally a safe rule of thumb that if you can't farm any jungle and you can't gank anything, just play under your turret for a sec. Farm your jungle, mess them up, and don't push them too far. You can push them back if you're like really stomping and you don't seem to be ganking and stuff. But for the most part, you can kind of play a little more reserved here. And when you get the kills and stuff, you can push. But it's just better, right here. Farm your jungle, know where your jungles are at. This is something I should be doing in real games. I don't do what I'm doing right here. This is my first time actually doing this because I'm teaching you, and I guess that's teaching me. I just be running around, just going right back to base and immediately ganking someone else's lane, just trying to go really crazy. That's definitely pub stomping stuff, though. You want to play the game properly. You farm up over here, you get all your stuff, and just get strong. That's like the key point. You said like after a couple minutes, everyone gets really strong. That's because they're staying in lane and they're just making sure they consistently get money. If you're not consistently getting money, you want to make sure you're doing something where you can, or you're enabling someone else to get money, if you're really on that life. But for the most part, yeah, you just want to stay in your lane, farm up. If you get the lane really pushed, like you did right here, you can look for ganks. But in this situation, the blue's already really pushed up. And yeah, you can go in a jungle again. Like I said, you can go jungling. There's probably a creep camp here. There isn't. Don't do what I just did there, blowing your escape push their jungle, by the way. I'm doing next bot game. So right here,
my bad.
this is a secret jungle camp, but it didn't spawn yet. There's a jungle camp there. So this is the part of the game that you're probably struggling with, that I struggle with too, where I honestly barely know where I am right now. So just always look at the map and just try to pay attention to the lanes. And just try to pay attention to where, you have a colored lane. If you have a colored lane, this area is safe, generally. That you still could run into people here. The thing is, If you do, go back to your lane. Your minions are here. This is your area of control. Other people can even take this potentially. You do have to be mindful of people zip boosting off of theirs. And zip boost from there could easily reach right here. So you have to know kind of the thresholds, right? But you see here in this situation, we're just kind of cleaning up. We're pushing this middle lane. This guy's pushing, killing stuff. You know, I'm gonna go into jungle, I guess. There's a jungle mid here. You can see the creeps on the map too. Like you look in that bottom right, there's a map. Put it out like this for a second. And it shows that the minions are up. You see the little arrow? There's a little arrow, right? My icon's kind of blocking it. But you see it. This guy's killing that, and then this is over here. I keep doing that on accident. I gotta remember to pop it before I reload. Don't do what I'm doing there. Pop. Make sure you're full ammo and then pop that if you play Raid. Anyways. I don't know itemization stuff like that. Canal-wise, I don't know what the pros do. I haven't paid enough attention to know if they're buying big items like that early game. Like I said, itemization stuff, I'm not going to be able to give you the most advice. The most advice I can get to you is just make sure you're farming correctly and you're buying items.
Oh, I see.
That's literally the most important thing. The order and operations and the items you actually buy, that's the nitty-gritty stuff that you're going to have to do your own research on. Because it could be character specific, and also just, I actually don't know what the pros are doing with that, and I'll get back to you on that, you know? I actually really don't know. Like I said, when I've been playing this game, I've just been I've been very chill about it, you know? I just be farming my lane, out mechanicking people, and then losing to MOBA stuff over and over again, everybody. And I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. Been doing pretty decent most of the game. Sometimes I go negative. I feel like for the most part, I've been going positive / doing really good. I'm never doing the best on my team, though. That's one thing I noticed. I'll be like 18-2, but somebody always has more damage than me. I'm just like, how the heck does that guy have more damage than me? I was going nuts. But anyways, don't look too much into the stats and stuff. Just make sure you're having fun, you know? You're playing a game. You're farming some creeps. There are some enemies that you have to deal with. You know, either they're going to push your base, you're going to push theirs. But long as you're kind of like keeping this routine of making sure you're always farming, looking for more minions, making sure the lanes are pushed, you can get stuff done. Push these minions. You know what I mean? And just that map is your friend. If you're lost in the jungle, just go right back to your lane. And then, yeah, remember when you're in your lane, the number one / the only way truly to go back is to take the zip line. You want to save your boost for more clutch scenarios. So back like this, you don't necessarily need to boost. You can if you want to. There are people that I feel like boost every time, and there are people that hold it. I don't know if there's really a meta behind it yet, so just kind of use it when you feel like you need to be in a rush to get somewhere. But in this scenario, I'm in no rush to get to this yellow side. I'm in no rush to do anything. I could be in a rush to push their base right now. If you look at their map, my whole team is in the base. Oh, sorry. My whole team is in the base. They're all fighting and stuff. But I'm in a bot game right now, and normally at the 16-minute mark, you are not in their base. So that's bot game things. I'm just showing you what it would normally be like. You would be pushing the side lane. You'd be, you know, killing the enemies. I want to actually use this enemy as like a test dummy. Hold on. I'm gonna form up my card. Here's my card. Now let me I need to practice with my cards, everybody, because I haven't been doing something with it. Oh, they used their invis since they passed. Oh. Yeah, come here. I need to test something. Oh, they ran away. But you kind of get the idea, right? Push your lane. Focus on yourself, and then focus on helping the team when you can. That's like really the main thing. You can't be there for your team if you can't do anything for yourself, if that makes any sense. You want to farm up, get strong, and then use that strength to help the team. That's a MOBA in a nutshell. I'll do another bot match.
Simon,
Here,
you think
I'll
I
play
have money?
Vindicta or something.
Please, that stuff is filthy.
So what else can I talk about, everybody? I mean, the one lane doesn't have a camp at 2. That's how you know I don't really know this game like that, Mirror. I don't know the jungle at all. Yeah, I know when they kind of spawn. It's like 2 minute, and then actually, no, I really don't know when they all spawn. I feel like one of them spawns at 7 minutes or 15 or something. When did the level 3 I actually really don't know. I should watch the video again. That's what I'm saying. The MOBA stuff, everybody, I am shook. I hit my shots. I know the basics of pushing my lane, grouping with the team. I have a decent idea of who I should be focusing. You know, target priority, team fighting, all that stuff's like kind of like an additional layer of stuff you really need to know. I can't really explain it though, because I don't know the depth of it yet. Other than focus the squishies. Focus the squishies. I mean that's a general rule of thumb, right? Focus the squishies.
We will make things right.
But if your whole team is fighting that tank, and that tank's out of position, you gotta be shooting that tank too. So a lot of stuff going on. I'm gonna try something I saw this one dude do. They started with the eye, and yeah, they used it early and it shot the dude, and it just was really crazy. So I'm trying to see if it's like kind of good early game. Something. Even use melee as the last hit, which is really good, especially when there's people that are ready to steal the orb, because you can prevent them from stealing the orb by doing a melee last hit. And if you're forced to shoot it, just make sure you're ready to shoot the orb. Yeah, I see it, they're at their base or whatever, I'm just pressuring them.
Just the beginning.
Oh, that was a little bad. Movement stuff, you can always slide after your dashes, even after an air dash, so always make sure you slide. When you slide, you get an infinite ammo mechanic. Gives you extra ammo. Well, temporarily, only when you're in the slide. Here's a neat little technique. You can slide down this ramp to get extra shots. That's a really good technique.
Easier to do my job if I keep them in one place. My own opportunities.
He's still there, Canellis? Alright, we're still here, everybody. Canelo, you still here? Feel free to ask me other questions. I'll try to help out.
If I'm on street level,
I'm definitely not the best teacher for this game yet. It's gonna take me some time before I can really teach people this game. I can just kind of teach you a little nifty random things. That's like kind of where I'm at right now. Until I really knuckle down on like learning all the real ins and outs of this game. Which I might take some time to do this week, everybody. I've been watching, I have a couple Deadlock videos I haven't watched on a playlist. I feel like some of them I need to rewatch, if you want me to be honest. I feel like I need to rewatch some of it. This Haze player is about to die to these things.
like fish in a barrel. Stay right there.
my gosh. Don't do that. I did that because it's a bot game. I can tell you that right now. I would not do that in a real game. I would have died. I was just grumpy. I didn't kill them. Yeah, Canelo, let me know what's up.
Off a Knickerbocker that was about to get his legs broken.
Oh, what a week. Well, last couple weeks, everybody. You know, tomorrow's gonna be nice. I have a feeling tomorrow will be more chill. This weekend, I definitely tried something different with the Saturday day stream. You know, maybe I even do a 2-part stream on Saturdays if I ever try to do a day stream again. I don't know if I can do day streams, everybody. I actually don't know if I can do them.
All right. They're mine. I'll kill them all.
I gotta level up the thing here.
You're not getting closer. Get the drop on them. It's a good day. Hello, friend.
Oh, it's a snipe, and I didn't have a snipe.
Find them.
That's interesting. Alright, anyways.
Show no mercy.
Taking flight.
That's neat. If you don't want to use your stamina, charge melee over. Compared to using your double jump or using a slide, you can use your air melee here. Save stamina, everybody. Look at that. Oh, that's pretty interesting. You can use multiple of these in air.
Keep fighting, Infernus.
Really? I didn't know you could do that. I don't know what the use of that is, but I'm telling you, I'm gonna do that to somebody one day, and they're gonna be freaking... They're gonna be confused, and I'm gonna be confused as well.
No running. Fly true.
I don't know what the use for that will be, but I'm gonna randomly do that to somebody one day in a survival mode. Because options like that, I feel like I always pull out when I'm in survival mode, and it just always works, because who the heck does that?
Things keep going my way.
Yeah.
You gotta try a lot harder than that, man.
Are you okay? Oh, here. Oh, boy. That's another thing going on, everybody. I'm still taking care of my cat. He got fixed 2 weeks ago. He's gonna get the cone off his head soon, but he still be stumbling around a little bit. He just fell. He fell off my computer. And now he's all shooken up. Alright, go baby. Alright, I'm here, everybody. Oh my freaking gosh, what the heck? Get over here, friggin' rascals.
I see them.
Oh, what the heck? Around the plate, around the plate. Poor kitty, yeah. Baby kitty, and baby on that one.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Stick around.
So what am I getting at all this, everybody? You know, I went on that long ramble and then we just instantly dialed out of it and jumped into some bot lobbies. And this is fun. I'm chilling. That's the worst part about this game. Is like the bot games are actually like playable to me because the game is so new. I'm normally not like a bot lobby person, you know. But like, you know, to sit and chat with y'all, this is kind of chill. Even the people games, y'all know I be kind of rambling a little bit once I get the lead and I sit and farm. The beginning, I'm definitely locked in, that's for sure. Beginning? But I feel like that PvE aspect of this game between the minions and, you know, even in the bot lobby, if you're trying to learn the characters, it's actually really chill. I'm normally not a person to be going in bot lobbies because I'm normally too good for them, let's be honest. And in a game like this, like, it's funny, yeah, I'm good mechanically with shooting and moving and all that, but I'm actually really bad at the mobile stuff. Like, I can't say I'm horrible, because I clearly do a lot of things, like, somewhat properly. But the grand scheme of, like, outplaying someone based on MOBA macro, no clue. Zero clue how to do that. Yeah, good luck teaching me. That's gonna require a lot of map knowledge. You gotta know where all the spawns are. And that's what makes this game kind of cool. Is it's one of those time investment kind of games. I know a lot of games is all time, but this game is like, I feel like it's one of those things where there's so many dynamics of skill that it's like a very high ceiling that you can kind of keep reaching.
Stay put.
I'm playing one-handed for me. I'm being lazy for a second, everybody. That's interesting. Look at this. Little third-person thing here.
Now that you're on my level, our purple guardian has been destroyed.
I'm shooting the wall right there. The wall is blocking this shot. Anyways, everybody.
The urn is ours.
I really like this game. I really do, actually, everybody. You know, I always wanted a third-person shooter MOBA. But not to, like, get really into it. I always thought it would be a fun game type. But, you know, every game that's ever tried to do it kind of swung and missed. Like, I want to say, like, Predecessor and Paragon or whatever were, like, the closest ones to it. But even they were kind of, like, not... They weren't it for me. This game, they're honestly doing a lot right. And it's just really interesting. It really does feel like a hero shooter, but it's a MOBA. It's a MOBA hero shooter control.
They cower before us.
And what else, everybody?
Tying them down. Night and night. I rise.
stoking the flames of victory.
What kind of hitting buttons there, everybody?
They cannot stop you.
See, I just don't feel like pushing to win like that. That's boring to me. And we people here are like brand new, just trying to get their win. Joking, but bot games. I'd rather explore. See, take the time during bot lobbies to really explore the map. Because like stuff like this, I don't know this area too well. What else, everybody?
Our purple
Starting to kind of get a headache.
has been
Isn't that terrible?
destroyed. Kelvin
Telling you, that little,
continues to be
that
a
headache thing that I was
powerful
talking about that happens when I go to sleep. It be happening randomly, like a mild taste of it. Like it's hard to explain, but like I can feel it's gonna happen later. Like remember that headache thing that I told you it's been happening to me? I can feel that it's gonna happen later just because I just got like one of those like little headache pulses. I'm telling you, it has something to do with like dopamine in my head. The stuff that makes you sleep. I'm telling you, because it happens when I'm about to go to sleep. And maybe it happens when like the dopamine gets hit when I play a video game. Is there anything like that? A medical thing that has to do with dopamine? I'm gonna look that up later, everybody. Don't mind me. I just be constantly thinking about like
delivered the earth.
so much lately. My anxiety really do be kind of on a level it shouldn't be on.
I go where I want.
And it's mostly because I'm a little funky right now, everybody. I want to be better for y'all. I want to be better for me. I'm kind of tired of being like this.
The rooftops call to me. Let's see them try to get close to me.
Wait, let me see something. Oh, that's because I was on this?
Kelvin continued.
Really? Really?
Salvation that will
Wow.
not come.
This all counts as slidable. Look.
And so the ritual is another step closer to completion.
Melatonin? What the heck is melatonin? That's the thing. I don't know anything about health stuff. That's why this whole figuring out what's wrong with me thing has been really difficult, because when I talk to doctors, they're saying all this and all that. I'm probably not even describing it right.
Engaging.
But me in a nutshell right now, it's like, what is this beef doing, yeah? I'm gonna stand still to see if he'll shoot me. The answer is no.
The might of the Amber Hand is undeniable.
Dang, yeah, there are people actually dying in this game. That's crazy.
Finding higher ground.
He may only have one shrine left.
Y'all wonder why my movement's really crazy? I'll sit and I'll do something like that in a little spot and I'll see all the little options. I didn't even get to see everything, but I was looking at what I could one jump into Mantle onto so I could save stamina in a chasing scenario. All right, everybody. It's 6 in the morning. I think I'm gonna call it here, everybody. I appreciate everybody hanging out tonight. I know it was a very different stream. Occasionally I have these ones where I have these life talks really late at night. This one really helped me a little bit, even though it actually really didn't. I'm joking, but like, I'm still kind of in the same position. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Yeah, and the worst part is like in the gaming world, like I have so much to like look forward to, and like I feel like I've been actually having fun trying out games again, because now I know what I'm into and I know what to avoid. I really know what to avoid. Like first-person shooters, you know, I like them. You play some Call of Duty, we'll probably mess with it again tomorrow. They just don't resonate the same. But, you know, I feel like to play, you know, one that I'm a little comfortable with every once in a while is all right. You know, I really like playing Halo because I actually know Halo. And when I hop on Call of Duty, it was actually kind of fun. You know, today we didn't get to really play because I felt sick, but yesterday I had a lot of fun with it. Today, I felt so crappy I couldn't even play. I was really not locked in today when I played. But I will try it again tomorrow. But you know, I really feel like I just gotta play what I thoroughly have passion and enjoy. You know? And I feel like my main thing that I have passion for these days with these new games is just uncovering all the mystery. And I feel like once I see, you know, once we uncovered all the mystery and we see like the, you know, quote unquote meta and like competitive and casual side, that's where it's like if I really, really love the game state, I'll push further. Otherwise, that's when you notice I'll kind of dial back. Doing that for a while, right? Deadlock's definitely going to be a game we're going to be messing with over the course of the next whatever. I really hope this game continues to pop off. Definitely try it out if you haven't, and let people know about it, and invite some friends. Because I think this is a game that actually might stick around in the market. I could be wrong though. I haven't said that about a game in a while. Like, I actually think it might stick around. You know, I'm wishy-washy on it. Like, this game actually has everything. No, on a base level, it needs to do so. Well, keep an eye on it. We're gonna keep playing it. This is definitely like a new, like, not like a spell break from My Hero, but a new staple, everybody. A new staple, a light one, a light staple. We got the light staple gun on this one, not the heavy duty, you know, construction worker one. You know, that's Valorant, Fortnite, and all that. I'm joking. It's spell break and My Hero to me, right? But yeah, everybody. I'll try to come in a little bit more positive tomorrow. I'll try to like shake off how I felt tonight and how I felt the last couple weeks. Yeah, between the hospital, the I call it the fake heat stroke. Like I don't even know what the heck it was. The wannabe heat stroke. To going to the hospital because of a bunch of BS. Getting robbed while at the hospital. I'm joking, but I mean, y'all seen that. And we're still trying to recover from that, everybody. I mean, it's really terrible that you know, instead of replacing all the stuff that I got stolen, you know, I did that kitty fundraiser. We got the money for him. And we ended up spending all that money, slash, I ended up costing a little bit more than when I got donated. But we were able to get him fixed, which was like a major thing because he was getting really bad, aggressive to the point to where it just wasn't good. We were possibly gonna have to get rid of him because a bunch of reasons. Well, he's doing a lot better now, and that makes me happy because if I lost him, I'm gonna tell y'all straight up, I would be broken inside. I would be so broke. Like, all that stuff about not having family and friends would just be on a whole nother level because my cat is literally like the one thing, it's really kept me sane through COVID and losing Spellbreak and even going through my hero and everything. My cat's really always kind of, reminded me that, I have a family here, I have something to take care of, something to work towards, He's a good boy. And, I don't know, everybody. We're just gonna go with the flow. Marvel Rivals. We're gonna go in. We're gonna come in swinging. We'll see how the tides go. The ship will set sail. And, I'm just gonna make sure I'm staring at my my water map. I can't remember the name. I'll make sure to navigate the waters properly, and I'll be paying attention to the tides very deeply, and regardless of the tides, if they shift in a great or maybe not so direction, I will steer the ship accordingly, and I will be there for Marvel Rivals just like I was with previous games, but at the same time, I'm gonna, go into it with a little more, more about me and less about the game, everybody. I'll teach you all the game. We'll have some fun with it, but I really just want to be about, like, what we're doing here. And I don't know, try to get y'all to know me so maybe I can finally have a way to know myself through y'all. 'Cause that's, like, the biggest takeaway. Like, somebody once said to me, and then this was, like, a pretty successful streamer, that, your chat is a reflection of yourself. And, when they said that to me, that your chat is a reflection of yourself, it really hit me kind of differently. Because that's when I realized that maybe a lot of the reasons that I'm having some of these issues with my stream and my community is because of my actions and how I portray myself to others, thus creating, like, I'll just call it a dynamic. That causes the interactions to shift. You know what I mean? I went into my hero, like Spellbreak, I went in, and I always use these examples because they're just very vivid to me. Spellbreak, I went in with, I wanted to be the #1 player. And streaming kind of came as a secondary. And with that, created a niche for me where I was able to do that and still express myself. But it also kind of attracted a more aggressive, like, competitive type of atmosphere where people mostly just wanted to see that instead of see me. My Hero Ultra Rumble, it was different, where I wanted to be one of the best streamers. I didn't want to be one of the best players. I knew I would be one of the top ones. But my goal was to be one of the top streamers / the #1 VTuber. That was my goal, and I accomplished that goal. But doing so, again, created a dynamic where people came because I was popular, and they were hanging out around because it was a hot spot in the community for the game itself, the game. And, it's good to have a niche and be a streamer, but I gotta start focusing on, like, expanding past that to a more personal level, making it more about me as a person playing the game rather than being some hip streamer for this game. Does that make sense? Because it created a dynamic where, you know, bad things started to happen towards the end between the clout chasing, the stream sniping, the cheaters, whatever was going on. People being salty. What I'm trying to get at here is like, I want to make sure when I go into rivals, you know, I originally went in with you know, I really thought about it because somebody made a very negative response on one of my tweets saying, pretty much to lock in on the game or fade into obscurity or something like. I forget exactly what they said. They basically said like, sell out, and be fully dedicated on the game and make my stream focus on the game and not me. Basically, that was like the gist of what they said to me. And I took that opinion, ripped it to shreds, and, you know, that person's a nobody commenting on an alt account for a reason. Because they're a pussy, they can't say it to my face. But, because they know I would rip them to shreds. Because they're 100% wrong. And the reason why they're wrong is because of this dynamic I talked about of it gave the wrong image of what my channel was about to people. Thus, it's like kind of like false advertising in a sense. But I wasn't actually false advertising. I was advertising incorrectly. Does that make sense? I'm going to pause because we got an ad break. I'm going to wrap things up and we're going to end sooner. But I know I've been kind of rambling. I'll let the ad finish. I'm going to look for a read in the meantime.
On BetMGM Casino, there are so many jackpots that you never know when one will go. So many jackpots.
Una locura este pavo.
Hazme caso, luego te carrileo esto. Alright, we're back, everybody. So, I forget exactly what I was talking about, but pretty much, you know, we're shifting directions once again, right? So this time, it's more so, I'm trying to bring everything together. We're gonna, you know, blend a little bit of everything I was doing, because I feel like at the end of the day, all of it was me. It was just all of it was part of a bigger picture. But I truly believe that we can get further, everybody. I don't know what I was really gonna say, everybody. It's just I have a lot of doubts about what I'm doing, while at the same time I have a lot of confidence that we can make this happen, everybody. I want to read someone, but I'm like lazy. I don't know. I need to. Just gonna read this person. Seems decent. I feel like I had something else to tell y'all, and I can't remember, everybody. But we'll just figure it out for another day, everybody. We'll figure it out for another day. I'm gonna call it there. I'm gonna send a read over, a little mini read to this person. I'll be on tomorrow, everybody. More Black Ops into Deadlock, probably. And I'm gonna find a way to get Fortnite back on the stream too, but
It's like one step at a time right now, everybody. One step at a time. I feel like the main thing with me in games right now, this goes back to my energy thing. I feel like the energy it takes for me to practice and improve at stuff I already know, I don't have the passion to do it, so it drains so much more energy. But I feel like when I'm uncovering that mystery I was talking about before, I get fueled with energy and it sparks me up, makes me ignite. So I'm trying to find that spark for y'all while still, I want to find a way to fuel that passion and actually be able to do what I'm capable of. And on that note, everybody, have a wonderful night. Thanks for listening to me ramble. And I love and appreciate y'all. And I'm going to try to keep doing better. And I'm going to try to be healthy because I want to be able to keep coming back for y'all. And I don't know, if I do randomly drop dead, just know I love y'all. I'm joking, but I'm trying my best here, everybody. Have a good night, whether you're Valkyries, Oathkeepers,